asking each other one of the questions was, what's your favorite of your episodes? And Charlie says he likes the Pewds jerking off a cat. But which I thought was like funny, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to check that out. But then Kaya came in with, it's nice to know that he's human. That's Kaya's response to finding out somebody cranked a cat. Is like, oh, thank God, they're just one of us. They're normal.
Well, that leads into my next question really well, Mr. Sark. What's the weirdest thing you've ever jerked off? I like that you have to think about it.
Yeah. Well,
he's not human.
Usually that question is where, but what? I don't know.
Okay. We'll broaden it. The best masturbation story you have, please enlighten us.
The most fucked up.
I was desperately trying to suck my own, as I'm sure many of us have at some point.
Oh, like lost brothers. Match made in heaven.
And I was furiously like trying to. I looked like a sped up footage of somebody trying to jack up their car when it got a flat, like just cranking this in hopes that somehow it would like I'd gain inches from somewhere. I don't know like what the reasoning was, but I finished in like basically mid effort and blasted myself right in the eye.
Ooh.
And was fucking disgusted by this. I was like, ah, like screaming, and I'm in the bathroom like doing like a rinse, and my eye turned red like some shit out of Resident Evil, which I was fucking unexpected. I didn't know that was like a side effect of it. Then I was wearing sunglasses in the house, and my wife is like, "What are you doing?" And it's like,
oh wow,
you were married when you were like 12. This?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Well, that was the most recent attempt. There's been a few over the years to see if
there's
maybe
a chronology.
things have limbered out. Yeah.
There's sagas of this.
I think that was the final chapter, I'm going to say, because...
Oh, let's leave it open.
Your wife's in the other room, and you were like, no, I don't want to bother her. I'll just do it myself.
And she to this day doesn't know why I was wearing sunglasses or why my right eye turned into fucking zombie face. But there it is. Now it's out there.
Well, now she will.
Ooh. Now it's official.
Now that's how you do a plot twist right there. You lead us in under this pretense that you were a young boy, and then it comes out. It was just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, no, not long ago.
We really appreciate the honesty, though. Andrew just pretends like he dinges in his own mouth.
Yeah, I mean, it happened.
Oh, I had a question in the beginning, yeah. I don't remember it now. Are you a fan of sports, though?
I remember it.
Do you like the old ball games?
Casual.
Do you want me to bring up your question, Charlie?
My question? Yeah, bring it up, because I don't remember it.
All right, here was Charlie's question. Sark, what's with the Fight Club?
Oh, the Fight Club, that's right.
That's some shit from Inbox, right? Is that where how did you hear about Fight Club?
The YouTube wiki.
Yeah, the wiki.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Hold on.
It says you got kicked really hard in the chest and that your eyeballs bubbled for a month or something.
See, this shit is like... It's so like 10% true, and then 90% like a 13-year-old trying to write an essay.
So what you're saying is you're a white supremacist.
Yeah, I had a Fight
rumors
Club.
Are true.
Yep. This was after Fight Club came out. Like my roommate, who was fucking insane, we're like, yeah, let's do that. We'll have people over and we'll fight. There's just. It made no sense. It still makes no sense, but it's a lot of good memories. So we started having people over. He worked. I was waiting tables at Olive Garden in Carlsbad, California. He was a graveyard shift guy at 7-Eleven, and he would ask random people if they wanted to fight. And so then after his shift, he and like 3 or 4 random people would come over, and we had it wasn't like full on bare knuckle. We had like the smaller fight gloves, like the.
Oh,
like the
did you use
MMA
your sock and
gloves.
boppers?
No, we had like MMA gloves, and then we actually bought a bunch of unboiled like mouthpieces because we didn't want to like. So it's sort of like
no damage.
Yeah, but you still got I mean that's how it started. Cut to like maybe 2 months later, and people are like starting to hear about this from people who are not obeying the goddamn fucking first and second rule. but our like living room was full, and I have some video of when I got kicked. But it grew. It over the several months, it grew out of our living room to back to the 7-Eleven, where we were doing it in a Fast Furious style ring of cars with headlights on, and then the
Oh my god, this is so
then
awesome.
police would come.
Badass.
And the police came, and they were because a lot of the people who we were fighting. So every evening, Josh, my roommate, and I would fight first and last, and then we would pick somebody. So after our first fight, each of us would randomly pick somebody, and then it would just go from there. But the police came, and they saw that a lot of the people in the circle. So at this point, we're up to like 40 people strong, and they saw that it was a lot of like gang members. But one of our rules was he had to hug after the fight, right? So there was like all this weird like man love going on, and the police were like, "Holy shit, this is pretty dope." So they would park, like a cop would park, and sort of like chaperone, but also be into it because it's like all these ne'er-do-wells at 4 a.m. are just beating the shit out of each other rather than robbing houses or whatever. And then it finally, eventually, got like the boot because Josh's manager looked on the security footage and he saw what looked like, like a fucking heavy metal concert going on outside by the gas station. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing, Josh?" So we had to shut it
That
down.
is so fucking cool.
And that's
Yeah,
how
that's
Machinima
honestly
Respawn
awesome.
was formed.
Yeah.
At what point did you realize that Tyler isn't real?
Yeah, your friend
It-
at
it
7-Eleven
happened-
wasn't real.
It happened at like later on when like probably 3 weeks before it got shut down. At that point, like the caliber of people showing up was actually turning into fighters. So it wasn't just like Marines and gang members that were all there to like be tough. It was like people who are showing up. Like the dude who showed up and who kicked me, he looked just like Sagat from Street Fighter. He had his shins taped. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, I don't want to do this. They're like, "You got picked." I'm like, oh my God. And I
What
remember,
a douche.
yeah, I remember he looking like we had music on a boombox. I forget what was playing, some fucking techno shit. And Josh is like, he's already had his ass kicked. His face is all jacked. He's like, "All right, 3, 2, 1, go." And I remember the guy looking at me and he had his hands up and he was doing like a Street Fighter Idol animation. And I remember thinking, okay, what the fuck am I going to do here? And then it was like time froze and he never took his eyes off me. But suddenly I see like right next to my cheek, his heel, like his body had twisted beneath his head. Like, and I stared into the hypnotic gaze and I never saw the foot coming. And he'd done some fucked up spin. And I was like, oh my God. And he kicked me in the cheek. And
It's not street legal.
yeah, it was fucking
that's against
bullshit.
the rules.
He fucking knocked me out so hard. I was out for like 20 seconds. That was the one time I invited my now wife, then girlfriend, to come. And she just sees me get annihilated by Sagat.
Starts making out with him.
So my face swelled up. And yeah, like the story I told on Inbox, which is where they're getting it on the wiki, is like what would happen is anytime I exhaled or laughed or anything where like the pressure would go up in my sinuses, bubbles would come out of my fucking tear duct. So if I sneeze came out of my fucking eye. My head was so swollen.
Oh my God. Mr. Sark, I want to let you know, without exaggeration, you have told the best story we've had on this podcast.
Oh, that is the
Bar
absolute
none.
hands down.
That is
best
awesome.
story.
It's fun.
That sounds
got
like
fucking-
it could be a movie.
Yeah, like called Fight Club or something.
I highly recommend, without doing any bare knuckle stuff, but I highly recommend, like, at some point, like, fighting a friend.
Yes! Charlie, I've told you this like 100 times.
Andrew brings this up pretty often, yeah, about how we should fight.
We should just
It's-
fight.
It's hard to describe, and one of the things we always did with our Fight Club is we cheered for the underdog or whoever was losing, but it's hard to describe. You actually do, like... It like strengthens something. It's weird. It's fucking bizarre, but I highly recommend giving it a try.
When that big bull knocked you out and stole your wife's heart, did he just like slump over you and hug you still when you were unconscious?
Dude, I don't know. All I saw was a fucking 360-degree rainbow and then a white sheet like I was like floating in milk. And then I saw her face and she was looking at me. And she was really concerned, and she says, "You fucking idiot." And I'm like, I had no idea what happened, dude. As soon as his foot hit, I was out. And then she was like, because she told me, she's like, I don't want to come. It's like too brutal. And
So
God,
did
wow,
he
it's a
go on to
fucking
win
bad
the
call.
Iron Fist tournament or something?
no, because there's no winning or losing. All that happened was as soon as
I think you lost. No,
Yeah,
you lost.
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, there was a loser that night, definitely. But all that happened is they brought me back up to my feet, and I groggily pointed out whoever was going to go next in my place, and he picked somebody, and that was it.
Your turn to lose.
Please get your ass kicked harder than I did.
You should have
No,
pointed
that
to the
was
guy
it
who
for
just
him.
fought you.
After he fights, no matter what, you don't. It's not like an elimination thing. He had to pick somebody else, so it's just two
Oh,
random
okay.
people. Yeah,
Ah.
but the lesson is don't ever fight someone who's wearing something like you've seen in a popular fighting game.
If they
because-
look like Sagat, they're probably Sagat.
Yeah,
Yeah, they probably know what they're doing.
yeah.
I mean, that just sounds like a dick move. There's a reason weight classes exist and all that stuff.
I know.
Maybe don't match up with professionals. So just like
Yeah.
an asshole move.
Yeah, I agree.
What do you think went through his head?
Actually, it was. I don't know.
Like,
No,
when he-
that's not in good spirit. Like if I had a friend who was like, I don't 50 pounds lighter than me and had much less experience, and I was like Mike Tyson, I don't get to fight him. That's not fair.
It's true. He could have gone a little easier on me. He tried to end my life.
Yeah.
That fucker. You turned
Definitely
my.
showing off to your
Yeah,
wife.
you know what? I'm
Yeah, he
getting
tried to-
pissed now.
Yeah, he tried to chat on you hard. Hit him
Wow.
up.
Yeah.
Sagat, if you're out there, we want a rematch.
Yeah.
Well,
you might not
I
know
mean-
it's called getting amogged, and you got hit hard.
That's right. It's you standing in the middle of the street, and then I duct tape a boxing glove to the front of my Scion, and then I'm just going to run over you. That's the equivalent of what happened to me. You're right, Kaya. Fuck that.
Pretty much.
Rematch.
10 years later.
After all this dormant anger, finally,
We're bringing back those repressed memories for you.
it's time for Fight Club V2.
Yeah.
Oh,
Re-
my God.
Finally, you'll get to beat him. Take his wife now.
Yeah.
Yeah, train up.
Yeah.
Go ahead and start handing out flyers again and shit. Build it up. He'll come.
Yeah. When he shows up, tape up your shin and roundhouse kick him in the head.
That's right. When the countdown 3, 2, at 2, I'm just going to do a blow dart with some like fucking numbing agent.
Joke's on you. He planned to kick you at 3.
God damn it. It's a God. Yeah.
He's probably a scrawny homeless man now.
Yeah.
That was the peak of his life.
Oh God, I love you guys. You made me feel worse, and now you're making me feel bad. This is like great.
Yeah, let's fight.
Yeah, we should all fight.
Yeah.
I'd
and hug.
fight. I'd absolutely fight.
Yeah, and then hug. Then hug. Then hug.
shit.
Then fight again.
Good sports about it.
Is there like a correlation between like you losing that fight in front of your love and you having to suck your own dick? Like, is that like your version of sleeping on the couch?
She wouldn't bang him afterwards at all, ever again.
You know how fucked up
She
that
went
would
home
be
with
if
Sagat
for
that
some
night.
reason, yeah, because that would be like fuck 20. That's like 20 years ago. Can you imagine how fucked up that would be if I was still holding on to Sagat kicking me in the head, and 20 years later I'm trying to suck my own dick?
You're imagining it's him.
He kicked me in my brain, my soul.
Repressed thing.
Sometimes when he's going to bed, he faintly hears "Tiger."
Yeah. Every time I see a rainbow, I just like a narcoleptic. I just fall asleep.
His wife just screams his name.
Fucking idiot!
Oh,
That was a
that's
hoot.
fucking awesome.
That was a
That's
doozy
a
of a
great
tale.
story. That is an awesome fucking story.
Yeah, that was
Jesus.
that was
Yeah.
a lot of fun. It went on months and months. People don't really believe this. They think like it's embellished, but it's like it just naturally grew into a thing that
I don't
was
get that.
pretty
I don't get why
bananas.
some people they're so eager to call out stories that make people look like losers. That happens to us all the time because we always have these stories that make us look bad. And there will always be someone like, that's a lie. Andrew didn't really get rejected by that girl. Why is he even telling the
You know
story?
what it is? It's because we're in a culture of like storytime streamer YouTuber that like are constantly telling these little self tales that are all bullshit. You know, it's like
Yeah,
It's like-
but
I think
there's
that's a
also
good point.
disconnect, you know, but because when you do mean it for it to be a joke, everyone will go, no, he's serious. He really is a Nazi. But when you
Right,
tell an
right.
actual story, no one will believe you for some reason. That's the weird part.
Yeah, if there's any nuance in the delivery, people are gonna just miss it.
For what
Yeah,
it's worth,
fuck
I
you
believe.
guys.
Yeah, I believe you got your ass absolutely demolished that
Yeah.
night.
I mean,
Yeah.
no
It
mincing
was-
words. I do think you're a white supremacist, so I think we're all good.
All
There we
bases
go.
covered.
Can we hug, Sark?
That's right.
I feel like a hug after
Yeah,
this hour-long fight.
I
it feels like a hug.
Yeah, I want a hug. I need a hug.
Oh.
From
What
a
would
Sagat
you do?
cosplayer.
Honest to God, what would you do if you were like chilling out in your own house and there's a ring at your doorbell and standing there with an apology get well soon card is Sagat himself?
Aw.
For
I
real?
was gonna say, like,
yeah, the guy who kicked you, you know it's him and he's come to make amends. How would you treat that scenario?
He's been holding on to it for 20 years.
Yeah,
as
he's
well.
felt guilty. He was like, I think I killed that man.
Yeah,
Holy fuck, I wanted to fight, not murder.
because he did
track
his
you
like
down through your
he
COD
just
Elite
kicked
army
me and
helmet
did like a
video.
flying knee backwards through the crowd and never checked to see what the results of the kick were. He just
As soon as you're bleeding from your eyes, he goes, my job is done, and flies away.
if I opened my door and saw that, like, no joke, honestly, I'd probably slam the door in his face and then
man.
wait to see what he did. I'd be ready to like, call the cops, honey. Sagat's here. I'd like to say I'd want to
tracked me
stand there
down.
and be like, so what the fuck? What
He's
do
come
you
to
what the fuck
finish
do you
the
want?
job.
He's
I
come to
can't
finish it.
blame you. I don't know what I would do in that position. Like, I thought, Andrew, I thought initially we were gonna say like he's back for round 2 to kick your ass again for some
fuck.
reason.
That would be my
But if-
immediate assumption.
If he was like apologetic, I don't know. I don't think I'd like try to get revenge, like stab him or anything. But I think I also couldn't let go, so I would get some sort of petty revenge, like coming in his coffee or something.
Jesus.
And being
It
like,
could
yeah, I
immediately
forgive
turn
you.
into like sort of like a really like homoerotic, like sort of shuffling and like awkward eye contact and being like, "So you still fighting or yeah?"
You turned me gay that day.
Nothing like that. Nothing like that night with us though. Yo,
Knocked the straight right out
thanks
of
for
me.
saying that, man. It's like,
By the way, how do you like your coffee?
yeah, yeah.
With a bulge in your pants, you take that 10 to the kitchen.
My barista Kaya has whipped up something delightful, a playful little blend. Tiger
Yeah.
uppercut, tiger uppercut, tiger uppercut, tiger uppercut, tiger uppercut.
Holy fuck.
But we had so many insane tales during the Fight Club era. We had one where he drove this piece of shit Datsun, and we called it the Millennium Falcon because all the lights would go out inside until you hit the dashboard. So it was literally like it would power back up.
That's awesome.
And he's
Like a
now
transformer.
Josh is now a like I think he would call himself a hobo. He like hitchhikes around the U.S. He uploads on YouTube sometimes like movie reviews and hobo hitchhiking pro tips. But dude, we like pulled over to pick up a hitchhiker because he always did that, and I jump in the back seat. We're driving to like into downtown San Diego to go clubbing, and this guy is like, he's chatting it up. He has no idea he's jumped into like a derelict spacecraft. This car is coming apart like on its wheels. There was like he had his carburetor was held in place with a pencil. Like, and it would rattle out.
What
So every
the
time he would
fuck?
go somewhere, he'd go make sure the pencil was wedged into the fucking bolt hole solidly. Anyway, also he had no brakes, so he would slow the car down by dragging the side of the wheels on curbs. And we're in this car, and we're driving to San Diego. It's a death trap, and we're driving to San Diego to go clubbing. And he picks up a hitchhiker, which I thought was infinitely funny, that you would pick up random people and then subject them to this like fucked up carnival ride.
The fucking hitchhiker's like, no, I'll get out here. I'll walk.
Yeah, I don't mind walking anymore.
It's a serial killer that just gives up.
Oh, worse. We're like gonna accidentally kill you. Like, so he gets in the car. Oh, there's so many things wrong with this. At one point, Josh had stored the battery in the trunk, and it had corroded, and eventually had gone through the bottom of the trunk. So when he went back, like months later, was like, "Oh yeah, I better get rid of the battery." It was gone, and there was just a hole in the bottom of the trunk. Anyway, we picked this guy up. We're going clubbing. He's like, "What are you guys up to?" We're like, "We're going down to like Club Soil." Charlie, you would have loved it. I don't know if Soil's still running, but
sounds like my kind of spot.
So gothic. When you go in there, you immediately feel like a deep depression, and everyone is in there doing like the Pele, like soccer foot sweep dance. Anyway, we're going to Club Soil, and he's like, sweet, and he's making small talk when we're driving, and finally it's time to exit the freeway. So Josh begins standard braking procedure, which is just scraping the car against the side of the road until it stops. And the guy's like, whoa, what's going on? Showers of sparks and shit. And Josh is like, it'll be all right. We got no brakes.
Right.
And the guy's like, you have no brakes? And he's like, we're fine. And he's like, scraping it on the side. You know, it's like the equivalent of pumping. It's like a planetary re-entry maneuver. And the guy's like, whoa, because at the end is it's a freeway exit. It's a busy intersection, red light, and he's like, whoa, as we get closer, and Josh calmly is like, looks like we're not gonna make it. wrenches the e-brake on the Datsun, and it completely severs. It comes up with the cables dangling, and the guy, the hitchhiker, puts both of his feet on the dash as we're like showering sparks into this intersection, and he just starts screaming. He's like, ah! So Josh just ends up dragging the car hard right into with the flow of traffic, slamming up a pedestrian little ramp into a parking lot, and eventually comes to a stop by hitting one of those big cylindrical bases of a street light.
Right.
And the guy,
I was gonna say you would need for you to actually come to a stop. Surely, like when you got to the club, you'd need to fucking just like crash into a parked car.
Well, usually the e-brake works, but I think we were actually in danger of dying, so Josh put a little extra mustard on it and ripped the whole thing out. Anyway, the car stops, and the hitchhiker, he just pops the door open and he runs into the night.
That's so great. You should have started the drive with the hitchhiker, telling him the standard fucking like safety procedures, like in case of a crash, get into brace position.
I think it was a bit dark of us, but Josh was intentionally sort of keeping him in the dark. But everything went a little sideways more than intended, and so it became like as we drove into ran the red light, it got a little real. So, I think, anyway, so then we just limped our way over to the club, and we had a fucking hell of a night. And that's just how we traveled.
You left the car?
Yeah, how did you get back?
No. The car still ran. We gently crashed into a stoplight. The car still worked. We really had
the
no
car's
brake.
seen worse than that, surely. That's normal for it.
Sometimes he'd have to park a ways away where there was a nice curb to, like, slide against, but, yeah. Oh, so we had so many stories. One time his sister asked him to go buy, she's like, I don't know why, but she's like, I need lard. Go to the grocery store. Josh is like, okay, got it. Scrapes his way over to the grocery store, buys the lard, completely forgets about it. Keep in mind, we're clubbing like 4 nights a week here. So that night, we get in the same Millennium Falcon, and we're driving again, an unsuspecting passenger. We're driving to pick up one of Josh's pals. They get in. It's dark. I have no idea that any of this has happened, and Josh has completely forgotten there's a huge block of lard in the back seat, and it's been baking all day. Well, I guess it's melted now, but the friend gets in, and he's dressed to the nines. He was wearing the same outfit like you were wearing, Charlie, when you popped out of the bag at the fashion show, like a velvet suit.
That's so fire.
He looked so baller, but he doesn't know that he's sitting in a pool of fucking animal fat back in the back because it's dark. So he just gets in and he's like, we drive to the club, and when we get to the club, he gets out and his entire ass is like lubed, his legs, his back, it's like shining. And he's like, what is this shit? And Josh is like, oh shit, look, I forgot I had lard in the back seat. And he's like, fucking what? We're like, dude, no one will notice. And then of course, people all night were like, what the fuck is on your back? Is that KY jelly?
He actually went in.
I mean, we'd driven an hour, so.
Yeah, what is he supposed to do?
Oh, it stank too. Holy
I'm so confused
shit.
on the logistics of the car. You drove an hour? How does it, like, on like normal
How do you stop?
freeway?
Yeah.
Like on a normal freeway when like cars will slow down because of, like bad merging, whatever, and it causes like a little traffic jam. How do you come to a stop? There's nothing to scrape against.
Josh remember the e-brake normally, under normal circumstances, that could drag you to a stop. He only ripped it out because we thought we were going to die with the hitchhiker.
I see. Okay. So normally he'd like ease onto the e-brake in those situations.
And he also drove so slowly. We just would putt around, thumping the dashboard. Yeah.
Okay.
That's so fucking crazy. Why did you guys keep bringing people into this car, this death trap? You hated your
I didn't
friends.
have a car at the time.
Hitchhikers.
And I was like, this is how we get around. We just limp this fucking car around.
Do cars only need to get one like roadworthy test or whatever before they're allowed on the roads?
In California, you got to go get it smog checked.
That's it?
No,
Yeah,
great.
they don't mechanically check it. Holy shit, that would have been bad.
So it
You
passed
wouldn't
the
need
smoke
to
test
figure
then?
out that that's not a seaworthy vessel. Like you could just give it the old eyeball test and probably figure it out.
Yeah, no AC. I remember we drove to Blythe out in the desert to see Josh's parents once, and it was like 115 degrees, and there's no AC. We were baking. And so I was like, dude, just pull over. I'm going to buy bags of ice. So we just filled the fucking car with ice like it was a traveling cooler. And we were like the lunch meat.
You tell me if I need to fill in the blanks. We had the same editor a long time ago when our books came out. Maddox's book, the manliest book or something, the best book in the universe, or the Alphabet of Manliness, what it was, Men Are Better Than Women, mine. So we've known each other for a long fucking time.
Wait. You wrote that? Co-wrote that?
No. We had the same editor though. He edited both books.
Okay.
So we met through him, and then for years we would try to write a show and sell a show. We sold a couple man-based shows. Like we sold a man show reboot to Spike a long time ago, but it never got on TV. It just never worked out for us because we fucked it up. Like it's a lot harder. It's hard to get shows on TV. We could never do it, so we ended up doing this podcast instead, called the Biggest Problem in the Universe, and it was great. It was a great show. Everybody loved it. It was fucking great because politically we're opposed, like ideologically we're opposed. We're just different kinds of people, but we've known each other forever. So it was a great show, and we tried to make it as funny as possible. But it was a huge pain in the ass. It was a monumental pain in the ass to work with the guy. I made it public on the show. Like I would always kind of complain about it on the show. We'd always complain about each other. But one faithful day, one fateful episode, I was inexplicably gone. Like episode 77. Keep in mind, this show is like making tons of money at the time. Loaded up with ads, and we had bonus episodes. It was great. Unfuck-upable, you'd think. Until one episode, I was inexplicably gone. Episode 77. And there was no explanation for it. So the show went on like normal for a couple...
Did you have an explanation for it, or were you just as in the blue?
I did. I knew exactly what happened.
Okay, yeah.
So months went by, and then the show inexplicably ended in the same way. Just episode 107 was just gone. We had like 60,000 people downloading every episode, maybe 70,000 sometimes, but just stop. No announcement, no explanation, nothing. The show's over. Go fuck yourself. If you like it, fuck you. Like, no. And this is
That's
something
our
that
motto here.
That was
Yeah,
the
this is
last
something that-
episode.
people tuned in for 2 years. So they've got something invested in it. Like if Rick and Morty just stopped and never came back, there would be there would be an autistic
How would people
explosion
find their
online.
intelligence
It wouldn't
anymore?
even be that. It'd be if you see the new season and all of a sudden it says only written by Dan Harmon. And
Yeah.
the other guy whose name I'm blanking on right now is nowhere to be seen.
Justin Roiland.
Justin Roiland,
Justin
right.
Roiland.
Would be an autistic
Yeah.
apocalypse.
Yeah. So I started. I did not want the show to end because I thought it was great, but it was Maddox's decision. So we started our own shows. We're not on speaking terms at this point. We started
I
our
figured.
own shows. I do the Dick Show. He does some shitty show where he tries.
Wait,
to
you don't do
debate
the
himself.
Maddox show?
No, I should have. Would have been a good idea.
Yeah, take
I
his
get
name
to
before he can
about-
do it. Welcome to the Maddox Show. I'm Dick Masterson, your host.
Trademark, bitch, right here. I spell it. It's the Mad Ox Show. I'm an ox like a bull, and I'm pissed off all the time like Jim Cramer. I can wear little fucking horns. I'm the Mad Ox. They call me. They've always called me this. They've
I'm
always
mad with
called
two
me.
Ds.
Yeah, that nickname
the
you
Mad
haven't heard
Ox.
till now. But I swear I went by it.
Yeah,
Best
I
wrestler.
sell merch too, shirts, just with like a big bull that says "I'm a Mad Ox."
That's brilliant.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, he's an idiot for not doing that.
Really?
So
yeah,
we
but if he
get
tries to do that with Dick Masterson, he's only fucking himself over.
no, because he can't. He's not that.
No,
clever.
but he can't be like, I'm the Dick Master. I'm the
We
Dick
get
Master's
to-
son.
There's really nowhere to go with that. Yeah, he'd be fucked. Continue.
My
yeah.
show gets to like episode 17, and the whole time I'm taking little pot shots at Maddox because I think it's bullshit. He ended the show and he didn't even mention me in the last episode. And it's like people are saying, "What the fuck happened, man? Like, why did this show just end? You have to tell me something." So I'm taking pot shots because that's what I do. It's funny. It's all for a laugh. Like it's all a stupid comedy thing online. It's to entertain people. So Maddox goes full retard and releases this like serious video taking this thing I said about women protecting themselves over sexual assault and how important it is, and says that I'm a rape apologist. And that my new show, he goes on to 8chan and finds a thread where like guys are talking about rape and says that my show is somehow in a weird way condoning rape because of an 8chan list. And he sends it to all of his comedy friends in LA. Like he doesn't even send it to the internet. He makes it this private video that me as a real person is like basically a rapist. And
Sounds like high school.
Yeah.
High
Hold
school
on, Dick,
drama.
let's set the record straight. Are you a rapist?
No!
Thank God.
I'm
heard
too
it here
good looking
first.
to be a rapist. But it's shit like that. It's like comments like that. You know, stuff that you used to be able to say without having a fucking lynch mob after you. So because of this fucking video, I get kicked out of this UCB comedy show that I was on. Like, it gets sent around to my job. My fucking mom is getting put on blast. Like, these cunts, these comedy cunts are like saying, how could you, your son is like this. I'm like, what the fuck? You think if I was a rapist, you think my mom is happy about it? What are you bringing her into it for? You stupid bitch. Like
I raised him well.
Here's a fucking fact. Here's a fucking fact. There is not equality is dumb, which we all know, right? If you have a situation where you have a bunch of comedians and 50% of them are chicks and the other 50% are dudes, a lot of those chicks have a fucking axe to grind. They think comedy is about getting your opinion out, and it's not. It's about making people laugh. So all these chicks picked up their torches, like their tiki torches, like they're at a Nazi Trump rally, and they go after me, and I'm like, What the like? You just kind of fucked up my whole life, dude, over making fun of you about a fucking podcast. Okay, here we go. So I have an episode, and I say, hey, I haven't told anybody why the podcast ended, but I will now, because what the fuck do I have to lose? Like, I have that's the end of my fucking personal and professional reputation. That's it. I'm not allowed in comedy anymore. So here's the reason why. Here's the reason why the show ended, everybody. Here's the reason why I wasn't on that episode, and here's the reason why it fucking ended suddenly with no fucking explanation. Like Maddox is trying to hide something he's ashamed of, right?
What was the reason, Jesus?
The reason is I was at a wedding with a bunch of people we knew, and I left the wedding with a girl that Maddox had dated like 4 years ago. And he got so ass blasted about it, he blew up her phone all fucking night, called her at work the next day, like having a full-on fucking nice guy meltdown, telling her what a piece of shit. Dude, it was so fucking embarrassing that he could never bring, like he called me on the phone, was like, look, I don't think I can continue the podcast. I'm like, motherfucker, you have a girl living with you right now. You've had a live-in girlfriend for a fucking year, and are you insane? She's like, look, if this really happened, if what I think happened, then the show's over. So did it happen? And I said, no, of course not. I would never do something like that to you. What are you talking about? Yeah. So that was how I bought it.
Wait, did you bang her? Did you bang her?
Of course. What kind of a fucking idiot would think I didn't? Like, you're me of all fucking people who goes on TV in aviators and a mustache. Hey, did you bang that girl? Oh, no, of course not. Aren't you the same guy that always just says to lie to get out of things when it benefits you? Yeah, so how do I know you're not lying now? Well, because my fingers are crossed, you stupid delusional moron. What the fuck why do you even ask? Of course I did. So,
Dick, I want to stand up and salute you right now.
Oh,
Beautiful.
you know,
You cucked Maddox. That's awesome.
you know, I wish it was cucking, but it's like, dude, you're broken the fuck up for how many years? Women are you kidding me? How old are you that you haven't, that you can't handle this like a mature adult? that you ruin a business over that's making you free money, free thousands of dollars every month, and you throw it away because you're so ass blasted and hung up over a broad. Get the fuck out of here.
I love
You're a
how he
man,
had to ask.
please.
Please tell me you didn't touch her anywhere. No, please.
What's that?
Wait, she kept her Parker on the whole time, right? She didn't look you in the eyes.
Yeah. Tell me, please. I couldn't handle it.
Isn't hey, I thought Maddox was gay. Like, didn't he come out kind of tongue in cheek? I'm just saying because he at some point that was back when I was still using Facebook, as he shared a photo of a windshield that said "I'm gay, fuck it," and then he made a video of him just complimenting the shit out of Alfred in the Batman movie, like really trying to get his dick. So I don't know.
Well, are we talking about Michael Caine?
No, the new younger one. I
was going to say, if it's Michael Caine, that's completely understandable.
Yeah. Who isn't gay for Michael Caine? It's
Exactly.
even in his name right there. He's got a porno name, Mike Caine.
I never noticed he does. Wow,
Jesus
fuck.
So that's that story.
Some
You know,
scummy shit.
That's a
No
great
shit.
story.
I mean, I had heard about I read up on it, and there's of course a lot of fan videos about you two and the breakup, but I didn't know he made like a private video that he sent around to defame you.
Oh yeah, yeah, and that's why Cernovich was on. He's like, yeah, that's straight up defamation, and he's a lawyer. I don't know if you knew that.
I'm hoping it was some like slap job like Windows Movie Maker thing with blue backgrounds and white Arial text titles of like Dick Masterson's big secret. It's like a fucking PowerPoint slideshow.
It is. It is a PowerPoint slideshow. Like
it really is a PowerPoint slideshow.
I mean, it's his version of one. He's got like screenshots from the 8chan list and like zoom ins and highlights. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. It's so weird.
My crush.
He said he didn't, but I think he did.
But I think he did. And everybody's like, yeah, he definitely did. Like, why would you believe
It just
Why
ends
would you
with
believe that?
with a big close up of what do you think, and then he pauses the video for questions.
He went home with the girl. Coincidence? I'll let you decide.
Only you can unravel this mystery. If you have any tips, call my cell phone. And then the number flashes
like
on the
John
screen.
Walsh, America's Most Wanted, America's Most Dick Move.
Tonight on Unsolved Fucking, my girlfriend and dick.
I don't know if this is sad or pathetic or what.
It's both.
It's all of the above.
It
Yeah,
is.
it's definitely both.
Well, so,
It's a good lesson.
when-
It's
when
a
It
good
must have
lesson
been
in
good
life.
pussy if he was still that like hung up on it.
I don't know.
No
was
comment.
it
I'm
worth
just glad
it?
I didn't get acid thrown in my face.
Tell me that. Was the pussy worth losing your business?
What's that?
Was the pussy worth losing your business over?
Look, that's the wrong way to look at it.
That is definitely
The
the wrong
way-
way to look at it.
The way I look at it is you just got to do what you want to do. You cannot let people, once you start letting people manipulate your behavior with like the carrot and the stick, like, oh, if you do this, or else, I'll shut this. Embarrass yourself in this way, humiliate yourself in this way, or else you'll lose this opportunity. You feel like less of a fucking man. And I
Okay,
don't.
I get you. I just want to know, like,
Yeah.
was she a good one?
Oh, fuck, yes. Oh, my God, yes. And then,
That's all I wanted.
oh, yeah, yes. In many ways.
That's great.
And then after that, the Patreon, like the Dick Show Patreon just exploded. So I was like, oh. Well,
How did you manage that? How did it explode so fast?
And next up is Princess
get another
Dorklord. Guys, I think this might be a girl. Hello?
Hi.
It's Princess Dorklord. Wow.
Yu-Gi-Oh card reference. Fuck off.
Do you want to date us?
Sure.
Do you want to have a
Unless I
threesome?
would-
Charlie doesn't want to fuck you alone, but I would with them.
Have you ever destroyed your headboard with your own mess?
My cum is not projectile. No.
Oh, boo.
Rookie.
All right, so what state your business?
That was a great way to start off this conversation. I have a question. What is your favorite map?
You're
I'm
cutting out
sorry,
my
you're
favorite
cutting out.
Ma.
Halo 3 map.
I was always a big fan of Headlong.
Lockout.
I like
Headlong's
Blood
good.
Gulch. I'm a simple boy.
Headlong, they remastered in Halo 3, right?
Letter.
Yeah.
What is our favorite? What?
Yeah,
now?
what's
Magic card.
oh magic
God.
card? Well,
Why does this always come up?
I'll take the helm on this one.
Our
Yeah.
resident testosterone god, Andrew. Magic the Gathering virtuoso.
With fucking sparklers and American flags
Funny
and
enough.
eagles behind him, the cars exploding. Please.
My arms akimbo as everyone languishes in my way. No, I actually
Get out your folder.
I actually had to answer this yesterday in our Patreon exclusive hangout.
Had to. You took the charge on that. We want to move on.
Yeah, nobody asked you anything.
No, one of the people asked what my favorite card is. You don't remember?
It's like,
What are you
everyone
talking
wants
about?
to know my
One of the
favorite
people-
magic card. I can't just tell them that easily.
One of the
It's
people in the
laminated.
hangout distinctly and directly asked what my
It's
favorite
in a
card
safety
is.
box at the bank.
So, if you guys want to know what it's like to be friends with these people, this is the most accurate representation you're gonna get.
It's just super
box is
cool
ripped-
because for our listeners, for the past 2 days, the same thing has been coming up. We've been laughing at Andrew.
For Magic the Gathering.
I haven't even answered the
just the last
question.
few
I haven't
days.
said a single thing.
you don't have to.
Literally, what's funny is that it's such an easy joke for them. A fan will go, Andrew, what's your favorite card? And they're like, bah, magic! Duh!
I
don't even have to do anything.
Testosterone fueled. You've
Yeah.
worked yourself
You-
into that corner.
You dug your
I
own
didn't
grave.
say anything about testosterone.
Well,
We
Well,
might have
Andrew.
actually.
no,
I
you
didn't
did.
say
In
anything.
if you're following podcast lore, Andrew had just come back from a vacation where he went to a Magic tournament, and we were talking about it. Pretty even playing field. And then he said, "Yeah, there's a lot of testosterone."
Oh, that was because for every like 2,000 guys, there's one woman.
I was building a magic deck when I was watching that episode, and then he said that, and I just looked down and was like, "Oh, well, all right."
I mean,
Crush your
now,
dreams, Andrew.
you can coincide on my point with this when I said that for every literally
true, though.
1,000 men, there is one
Well,
woman.
it's just
That's the ratio.
It's,
Using the word
it's 100% true.
That just makes it
Well,
a
yeah.
sausage party, not a
It
testosterone
is.
fest of
I
men
never
wrestling
deny that.
sharks.
It is.
It was
But
your
the same-
adjective.
The guys that you make fun of, calling them like neck and shit, those are the kind of people that go to magic tournaments.
Yeah.
Well, it's not the
yeah.
people.
There we go.
It's,
100%.
Absolutely true.
it's not
Yeah.
the people that made it.
So Charlie, you're telling me that if there were 1,000 women and one guy in a place, you wouldn't call it an estrogen party?
I don't think I'd call it that. It's just the adjective you use, calling it like an overdose of testosterone.
Testosterone isn't an adjective.
Well, you could have just said there was a lot of dudes, and it wouldn't have been nearly as entertaining or had a
I remember
lasting
the
effect.
Well, I'm
exact
glad that what I said
verbiage.
was
You
entertaining
called-
then.
You called it testosterone driven, which makes it sound like some sort of a lumberjack competition, not a magic card thing where they just fart and have ass cracks showing.
That's true, though.
I would love to see, like, at a whole
I'd
lumberjack
love to see you
festival.
play Magic.
What's your favorite magic
Yeah,
card,
challenge
Andrew?
me
Let's
to
move
a
on.
duel, Kaya. I'll send you to the Shadow Realm.
Andrew's just sitting while some obese fat fuck is walking up to his table. He's like, "Dead men walking."
I put on my fingerless gloves and bandana. Are you ready to go?
I gotta retrieve my deck from the lockbox.
I'm the only undefeated player in the tri-state area.
Andrew's
I
in
was
some sort of
handpicked and bred.
Sons of Anarchy Hell's Angels get up. Leather jacket with showing his tags.
Do you
and
really want to
colors.
go against me, the leader of the Reapers of the Cards?
All right, what's your favorite magic card? Let's move on.
Erebras the Hidden. If you play the game, you know what that is.
I have something I want to talk about. So every once in a while, I like to go on Google Earth to look at distant islands and just,
Dream
daydream
about
about.
owning
What a fucking
Yeah, just-
nerd.
Daydream
I like to
about
bring up
having
my
like,
calculator and run some equations.
no, like just look at really remote islands and just daydream about owning a castle there. Have a like Fortress of Solitude or whatever. And I came across one island that is populated, but Wikipedia tells me this is the Pitcairn Islands. It's somewhere in the southern Pacific Ocean, and it's the single most remote island. And simultaneously, it has the lowest population of any democracy on the planet, with only 50 people. And I just like the thought that if we wanted to, we could probably crowdfund a trip there with our fans and conquer the island.
That's
Kill
not
everybody.
a bad idea.
So here's the great part, though.
I don't think that's how it would work. They'd kill us if
No.
anything.
So according to
Well,
the
they'd have to
history-
vote on it.
No. Listen. I already made a plan. This is awesome. According to their history, all of these people they're descendants of mutineers, which means their souls are hellbound anywhere. Like,
They can
they're
shoot
cursed,
lasers?
basically.
And have claws?
No, it's more like Pirates of the Caribbean, where they're, cursed and they have no souls. But we can go there. Point is, a population of 50. Okay, I looked up the statistics. 31 able-bodied people. 17 of them are male, and only 7 of the 31 people are younger than 40. Okay, now keep this in mind.
You've analyzed their
They had-
weaknesses.
No.
You literally are reconning their military force.
Flying a drone over.
There's only 4 of us, though, Andrew. There's only 4.
No.
Let's say 3 able-bodied men here, because you're a bit sick.
No, well, that's why we're gonna take some of our fans with us. That's what I'm saying. We crowdfund. We can make a GoFundMe to conquer the island.
So we'll have like 4, 5 able-bodied people after that.
Okay, so to continue, it gets even better. So, you might feel a little terrible about, but Kaya, it's an island full of, old people, and we're gonna just go there and slaughter them all. Yes, because it's a pedophile colony. Yes, you heard me right. In 2004...
What?
No. Okay, listen to me. In 2004, 7 men living on the island were charged with counts of child pornography, which is a third of the male population on the island.
But they don't have government. Who
That
charged
is
them?
an M. Night Shyamalan level twist if I've ever heard one.
This is
Who charged them, though?
I feel like this
No.
island is begging
Well-
to be slaughtered.
No.
Oh, yeah.
So technically, the island is under the territory of the United Kingdoms, which means at some point we might have to deal with the Ministry of Defense and the Majesty's Armed Forces. Boo. But point is, the Islanders in 2004 had 20 guns, but they had to surrender them ahead of the sexual assault trials. And then they got a new mayor in 2010, and now he's facing 25 charges of possessing child porn. So, it's a colony of assholes. It's just like 7 or 8 able-bodied men. All of them are old fucks. If you could go over there, kill them all, take over the islands, and then, I don't know.
We have a.
They become pedophiles?
We become the pedophile island. Yeah.
No, we turn it into a cool, like, pirates hangout.
Oh, with a water slide.
Oh, with water slides and rum and naked children. Wait, nope. Okay, we get the last one.
That's always your plan, Andrew.
If it doesn't have little boys, I'm not in.
So what? Are they legitimate people? I thought you meant like they were natives, like they didn't even know.
No, so
how
apparently
to
it wasn't.
communicate.
It was apparently an empty island, and then there was a ship called the Bounty, and the crew of the Bounty, they mutineered. They put their captain on a little dinky boat and sent him off into the seas, and they took the Bounty, drove it into this island, and then they just colonized the island. They sank the ship, they burnt it. Apparently the wreckage is still somewhere in the port, which they don't even have a port, really. But point is, all the 50 people on the island, they're descendants of this, like, handful of people who originally landed on the island, like, 200 years ago. They apparently all still have the same surnames and all that sort of shit. And it's just 50 of them. The Wikipedia page itself says that they have to, you know, if they don't take any measures soon and have people immigrate, they might go extinct because people just keep leaving the island. But here's the awesome part. The pedophilia problem is so bad that even though that they're begging on their website for immigration, they're trying to get people on the... Yeah, they're trying to get people onto the island to immigrate, right? Except you need to go through a special license process if you're under 16 because they need to take special measures, I guess, if you're a child who wants to go there.
How do they have access to the internet if they're in the middle of the ocean on the most remote island in the world?
Yeah, we're gonna have to take care of that because apparently you have to pay $100 a month for 256 kilobyte. And you get like 1 gigabyte a month of bandwidth in total that you're allowed to use.
Yeah, we'll have.
Where are they getting money from?
Tourism. Apparently, tourism. 10 times a year, tourist ships come by and they just sell them stuff, or they apparently have a tiny little hotel where the tourists
They hold them
can
hostage.
stay.
We could live stream us taking over that island in like 120p for like 2 minutes.
Well, yeah, or we record it and then upload it later. But point is, we have 100,000 people watching this. Even Charles Manson could gather a cult. I believe we could get at least like 100 people willing to come onto a ship with us. We crowdfund the trip. It'll cost a lot, but, you know, we kickstart it. We take a ship, we go there. We don't even need guns. They don't have guns. They're old fucks. We just bash their skulls in with sticks and stones.
We just challenge them to a foot race.
I think we could just convince them to leave peacefully. Like, there's a lot more child porn out there than what you have on this island.
I feel like they're listening to this at the moment and they're just going to come strike us first, though.
Yeah, they'll all evacuate the island out of fear of Kaya and the boys.
Strike us what, with pine cones? They have like one turtle on the island that's protected by law.
Hey, man, they have an island, you don't. I don't know. They seem pretty successful to me. I don't want to
Kyle,
mess with
let's back up a bit. How many turtles do you have that are protected by law?
Not if I have anything to say about it. Listen, if you're in, then let's, you know, hashtag Kaya the Conqueror. Let's get this rolling. I want that island. I've never in my life have seen such an attainable goal. This podcast might not turn into anything profitable anytime soon, but we could have an island. We just conquer it. The Brits, they're not gonna defend the goddamn island. The Majesty doesn't give a fuck. She's probably forgotten about it. Like, she probably thinks it's a leper colony. We take the island and we sell it to some rich fuck.
Oh, wow, wait, then we don't even have to worry about installing better internet.
Damn
We
right.
can't sell what we don't own, though. We'd have to own it from the British
We
government.
could take it over. We would own it after we
Does
take
the Majesty, does she watch the podcast by chance? Let us know in the comments if you're there.
Yeah.
We can just have her recognize us.
Where is this island located?
It's
South
in the middle.
Pacific.
Do you know the Point of Nemo, I think it's called? The Point of Nemo is the furthest distance from every shore, which is usually where NASA and all the other space corporations, they sink their satellites because it's the most remote point to any land. And this is basically really close to it. This is it's in the middle of the fucking nowhere.
Well, yeah.
Wait, it sounds like
wanna,
NASA's already trying to take them out by launching satellites at them.
Yeah, I don't want to have to worry about asteroid showers from NASA if we move there.
Holy fuck.
That'll
Maybe
just
there's a
make it
reason
look
it's
cool.
remote.
No, we're taking this over. But you know, the even better part is that even there, Dollar Shave Club will deliver your razors.
This was all an elaborate ad for Dollar Shave Club.
Oh
This
my
ad doesn't
God.
actually exist. It's only available to people that aren't pedophiles, so prove that you're not a pedophile by using our promo code official at dollarshaveclub.com.
It's the only way to prove it. If you're not a pedophile, you'll use the code.
It holds up in court, trust me.
Yeah, I mean, like, you don't use Dollar Shave Club. You're not a pedophile, are you?
Ugh.
Right?
Jeez,
Ugh,
gosh.
gross.
Wow.
See,
For
Larry
real, though.
over here, Larry's been using Dollar Shave Club for weeks now, and we know he's not a pedophile, but you listening right now, we really have no frame of reference.
50 fucking people. You could probably get them off there if you do some sort of a Scooby-Doo haunted trick, like make them believe the island is haunted.
Two of their kids are just walking around exploring the island. Look out, it's the seaweed surfer! And it's an elaborate ruse of us all in giant surfer seaweed costumes, just screaming. "Mrrr." We chase them through a hallway with a bunch of doors. They go in one and come out another.
Why do we design it like this?
We maroon them all in an even smaller island.
I like how there's no option where they actually join civilization. They just island hop.
Yeah.
Those poor condemned fucks.
Do you think that child pornography to them is a legitimate resource?
I doubt it. I think
Like-
it's
like-
just as frowned upon there.
Well, no, but I'm thinking like you go to
No,
the
it's
local
not.
market. So there's only 50 people. You go to the local market and you're like, let me get 2 things of meat, let me get some milk, and 6 JPEGs, please. And they just like, is it an actual commodity? How open are they about it if it's only 50 people?
Well, I mean,
Are there
clearly
children
not that
there?
open. People are getting tried. The mayor's going to whatever island prison they have
But
there.
by who?
Hang on, that's the best. Oh, how could I forget? When they were convicted in 2004, the 7 guys, they didn't have a prison, so they had to specially build a new prison to house the pedophiles. Imagine how awkward that would have to be, because you're like 50 people. You're like basically one big family, and you have to jail 7 people that are basically your uncle and your best friends. Like,
Oh my
well,
God.
shit, Jim, I guess you're gonna have to stay here for 10 years now.
I'd
I
like
think
to
they
know
just
what the
let them
prison
out
is
when no
like.
one's looking.
There's
Yeah.
no doubt in my mind that they're not in that prison full time.
Yeah, the media's gone.
They don't
Come
have
on
enough
out.
hands on deck to keep that civilization running with 7 down.
What, is it even a prison then? It's just a shack. It's just they built a house.
Yeah.
Yeah, their prison is a nice bungalow that they built as a community. It really lifted everyone's spirits.
So, also they make a little bit of money from their domain because they have a national domain .pn. So, like ESPN uses it, C-SPAN uses it, Groupon, and also the Hunger Games at some point use it to promote their shit. And it costs like $100 a year. So that's also a thing. I
Wow,
guess.
stand back, everybody. These profits.
Dude,
It's an island of entrepreneurs.
Really? With business sense like that, how could they resort to pornography? I don't get it.
God, imagine having to download porn on that connection. How do you even do it?
Imagine
Do they,
having
like,
to do
import
anything.
it?
Yeah.
I
You
bet
could-
they have to import it in little crates, like on ships, like little hidden USB sticks and crates full of straw and waste.
Black
and stuff.
market deals.
By that point, sending an email is actually more inconvenient than just writing a letter.
Yeah, it really is. It's like your monthly bandwidth right there. Someone
So-
attaches a file to it, you're fucked.
How many girls are on the island? What's the girl to men ratio?
I mean, I would assume 50% just as any other place on Earth.
So it just sounds like a whole extended family just up and took a long-ass vacation and never stopped.
Basically, I think the original thing was that it was a bunch of Brits and they had a bunch of, Polynesian women, I guess, and then they repopulated, not repopulate, but they like just populated the islands. But initially, apparently, among the crew, there was some dispute, say they all ended up killing one another in the first couple of years. But so now you only have the descendants left.
So
The,
Go ahead.
the captain that was marooned by them, that they rebelled against, he came back a couple of years later to, punish them. he found the island. He came back to fuck them up. But by that time, all the original men had died except one, and the captain just said, "Well, okay, fuck it. It's not even worth it." And he went home.
I like to imagine he rolls up on shore like fucking Davy Jones in Pirates of the Caribbean, and he's just ready to exact his revenge. Oh,
And then he's disappointed when he sees what he's trying to claim.
Yeah.
Nah, fuck this. This is what I got so mad about. I'll curse their ancestors with pornography. And he starts dumping child photos everywhere.
We're cursed by them.
If I can't make them suffer, their children will.
We have to watch eternal porn, child porn. To its limits, this man really used his free speech. So for those who don't remember, when Cuties came out, it's Cuties, being the softcore child porn that some French bitch made. And this YouTuber came out with an earnest review. Let's play a little bit of this just to refresh our memories.
Cuties. Guess what I just
Let me know
watched?
if you can hear it or not.
Now, it's a solid film. It's a good movie. Definitely better than most movies. This
Better than
film
most movies, this turd.
does try to make
It wasn't
you
even a good
sexually
movie.
aroused by 11-year-olds.
What the fuck? Oh, God, Jesus, this video has like cuts of the fucking twerking scene.
I'll say it's not bad.
Sorry about it.
If you are concerned about people treating this as child pornography,
It is.
there are probably thousands of people masturbating to this film.
To be fair to this guy, I would love for him to review my movie that way.
It's not if it has children in it that are like dancing suggestively, and then this is not a good review for a movie. Like, oh, this movie is actually it's better than most because you can masturbate to the kids.
Let's go. It's not bad.
Spit it out. Say it, you bitch.
Are we live? And just take her art at face value.
Is he drunk?
It's pretty interesting to be forced to do something. It's kind of like The Last of Us too. It's a great game.
Oh my god.
I don't know if you.
Okay, he's rambling. Okay, I don't know where in this video, but I don't want to watch the other minute. He at some point he says that he was aroused by the children. Okay, so recently, after everybody fucking made fun of him for being basically a pedophile and admitting that he was turned on by this, he released a music video like a week ago. Here's that.
Is it full of children?
A lot of children ask me
This is him.
stupid fucking questions. Like if I rape little kids, or if I
Fuck
believe
is
in it.
this?
Well, shit. If you believe that, I'll rape you. Know why? 'Cause I'm a pedophile! Pedophile!
Wow.
What the fuck?
Goddamn right. I'm a literal pedophile!
Like,
Remember, guys,
sounds
this is
like
just a
Eminem.
joke.
Well,
It is an Eminem song parody, but
Yeah, it's a parody of Eminem.
So what he tried to do here is he tries to roll with the joke because everybody's calling him a pedophile, and even if I give you the benefit of the doubt and assume the song is a parody, sure, but your review wasn't. That was an earnest review. That wasn't fucking sarcastic. The guy was even in the YouTube comments of that video saying, "No, I am literally not trolling you. This is genuinely my review."
Well, he also
I got
went
that.
on podcasts to try and defend himself as well.
What kind of person do you
Yeah.
have to be where if people think that you're a pedophile based on things you've said, your immediate response is, well, what if I make a music video saying that I am?
Well, it wasn't immediate. This is like 8 months in the making. This guy, he went in on this music video.
This is like 8 months later, 6 or 8 months. And look, on the internet, I think it is a good idea to roll with the jokes people make at your expense. Like if fucking Charlie genuinely got upset at people calling him short and making short jokes, then, you've lost a joke now. Then it will go from an inside joke to people actually saying it to you to upset you because they know they control you into anger.
Yeah, they know that
But-
they know they can weaponize it now.
Right, that's why I'm okay with people calling me fucking autistic, which honest to God, I probably am. But if people are calling you a pedophile, that's like the exception here. You shouldn't roll with that. It's like, yeah, I am. Let's listen to the rest.
I'm a pedophile!
Are we gonna get DMCA'd by him?
I My words are like a zip tie with a plastic end. Tie you to my bed, whether you're rate 9 or 10. Prepubescent, toddler, infant, celeste, baby pants, or dress. Fuck kids, the answer's yes. Heterophobic, nah, you're just heterophobic. Staring at my hard drive, my collection is growing. That's my motherfucking child porn, you better let go of it. It belongs in my folder, you'll never get hold of it. Hey, it's me, Jeffrey Epstein. Everyone respects me. I'm just kidding myself. Get it? Kidding myself. You're already banned, you should be getting some help. Committed, medicated, or just sitting in jail. Come on, relax, guys. I like Shay Lid, right, bitch? Give me an amen. Max, stop! Rumor has it Mr. Girl has a few abusive habits and I'm late for work. Cause I'm stuck in human traffic. Yeah, I play Smash Brothers. I play Smash Sisters, Smash Daughters, and nieces.
Okay, I like that line.
I've liked a lot of these. I've liked a lot of these lines.
Bad. The lyrics are so well made. What the fuck?
Oh, great. Now we're gushing about this. Yeah, I think we found the first likable pedophile. We were just talking about this.
Thanks, Kaya.
Jail's just a place. FBI, the song right here. Yeah, I'm your worst nightmare. They call me school shooter, but not with a gun. I'm gonna find you and then I'm gonna come. So show me that pay.
Holy shit. This is kind of awesome. I'm not gonna lie. So much effort went into this.
My right hand, the wood chipper.
Quite a bit, apparently.
First name Max, so you look lost. Oh shit, I found you a map. Call me Wreck-It Ralph. I'm sweating while I touch a child. Treasure smile, wet and wild. Yes, I'm vile, bitch. I'm a pedophile. Every time I make a vids, people think it's a sin. It's statutorily rip a kid. Pedophile. See what you want to see, what you want me to be. Keep hating, baby. I keep raping these babies. Literal.
Oh my god. All right, that's enough, Kaya. That's enough.
Right. Well, that was pretty great. I'm not gonna lie.
Imagine showing up to an orphanage.
Who wants to make a TikTok?
Like, no, I'm not here to adopt you. I'm just here to exploit you. Look at the camera.
What are you talking about, man? Family vlogger's been doing that shit forever. It's kosher.
Oh, man. That's fair. Yeah. Whatever happened to Daddy of 5?
Oh, weird.
Hopefully he's in fucking jail.
Dude, weirdly, I was looking that up like just the other day. Did you guys ever watch like the full, like those 30-minute videos that he had posted that like that Philly D had gone through like for the evidence for abuse? Like I
watched a couple. They're fucking terrible.
I personally had never watched them, so I was like, holy shit. I knew he was bad, but that guy was bad.
Yeah. Give us some examples, because I haven't watched the evidence.
So the one I saw, and I think it was one of the core ones that Phil DeFranco referenced, but he goes into the child's room. It was one of the children that was like the half child, you know, like like it was like his wife's child from another or no, it was his kid.
I don't know why my mind immediately went to like an orc or something.
No,
like
yeah, he was a fucking centaur. Nah, no, it was his kid from another marriage. I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
So the kid's name was Cody, and he goes into his room and he's like barking at him to something about the laundry. Or clean up his toys, and then he goes to clean up his toys, and then the kid's laundry is in the toy bin, and he's just like barking at him like, is that where the laundry goes? Put the laundry in the washing machine. And he's just vlogging this like raw, and I'm like, dude, this is crazy. He has no perception that this shit is really bad. And then he goes downstairs and he hands the camera to another kid, and he's like, you need to film. I need to take this other kid to school. And then the kid then films himself like basically bullying the half brother. And then like that dude just saw that as content and he was like, yep, upload. Like, I don't know. It was just pretty.
Okay. So he gave the kid did he like direct the other kid to bully the kid, or is it just a learned thing from watching his dad?
I think it was like a learned thing. Oh yeah. No. He said, he was like, make sure Cody isn't an idiot. It was something like that. And I'm just like, God damn, this is like very regular in their house.
So was it just one kid that was constantly belittled and bullied?
He was the main one.
He was the main one, yeah.
Yeah. The one I remember that stood out to me is like these were I guess it was like scripted to the point where the people knew what they were going to do to the kid, but Cody didn't know. Yeah. And I remember the mom and the dad went into Cody's room and sprayed ink all over the floor.
Yeah, that's the one I remember.
That's what I was going to bring up.
And Cody goes in there and they start yelling at him like, what the fuck is this? You piece of shit. Holy, what the fuck is this? And the kid's just like breaking down and crying. Yeah. And they just film that whole thing.
Because
and
they're set up for it too. It's very like important.
their setup for it is they'd literally film themselves in the next room and they'd like have the phone on themselves and be like, Cody has no idea we're about to prank him. This is going to be so funny.
He's a 5-year-old.
Yeah, like they're like he has
He's
no
a
idea
5-year-old.
what he's in for, and it's like
That is such a crucial part too. It, like, you do this to a 16-year-old, he gets it afterwards. If you tell him it's a prank, you're still a piece of shit, but at least he'll understand it. But a 5-year-old,
you can even
he's not
do
gonna
it to
get
a
it.
5-year-old.
All he
if
knows
you
is
don't-
daddy yelled at him.
Yeah, you can even
For
do it to
something
a
he didn't do.
5-year-old if you like you're a nice fucking decent human being about it. Like if you drop ink in the room and you walk in, you're like, what happened? Did you make a mess? What happened? Like you could be silly about it, but they literally walk in and they go, what the fuck did you do? What is wrong with you?
Like, when
that's
that
not
bitch
a
like
prank.
Tom Cruise.
Yeah. It was some super aggressive shit,
Wearing your
man.
mask in your own room.
My God.
You just killed your mother. Look at her corpse. She's like on the floor. Biting a ketchup pack, bleeding out her mouth, seizing. What did you do,
I wonder how
Cody?
far they would have gone.
Oh man.
God, I
How
hope
far they
Cody
would
is
have gone
okay.
if they weren't stopped.
I'm surprised they didn't frame him for a murder. Where's Cody now?
God damn, he comes
That was
home
going to be
from
their next
school.
video before they went to jail.
The body was chalked out. What'd you do, Cody? We have the gun.
We have your fingerprints, Cody.
They have the fucking police there. They're like, yeah, we told him. You killed him.
Don't worry, Cody, we confessed for you.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, hopefully those people are in some kind of like Amazon gulag or something. Just doing labor.
I hope Cody's okay. I don't know if they put him in an orphanage where he's about to get robbed
He
by me
supposedly
or
went
what, so I hope
to
he's okay.
him and the other brother went to I can't remember the other sibling, but they went to their original mom. I think that was the
Yeah, they went to different custody.
Well,
but
hopefully
I
that's
looked
a
it
better
up.
environment.
I looked it up. Daddy-O5 and the mom tried to create a subscription service where you would pay to watch the content, but it
Jesus.
violated their probation, so they had to take it down. But from what I can tell, they're still like okay, like they're still like out in
What?
society.
Wait, they're still... Oh, then they're free people.
yeah.
They wanted to
Damn,
make
dude.
like a snuff film subscription service
Oh my god.
where you watch child abuse porn.
Child
What the
abuse
fuck?
subscription service? Jesus Christ, dude.
Oh, yeah, just for
it's pretty
$5 a
fucked.
month, I'll slap my child and traumatize it.
They also apparently
Awesome.
started streaming gaming videos on Twitch.
Nice, dude.
Wait, like right now, like as of today.
It just says I'm reading their Wikipedia and it's part of their like subscription thing.
okay.
So probably not.
yeah,
let's
I'd
see.
say probably not.
What the fuck?
Yeah, their Twitch channel has been deleted.
Okay. Thank God. They didn't just get like
Good
a
news.
24-hour ban. Like
How
they usually
brainless
do.
can they be, man? Where they're like, let's start a subscription service. That violates your probation. What?
No, you can't just drop kick your child. What? No, it's not legal, sir.
But it's my child.
Yeah, I
Someone give me $15 for it.
I know. What do you mean? I
It's
can
my
beat
son,
this
it's
kid
my
in 4 months, then I'm free.
Fucking hell. Assholes.
It's dark shit, man. Yeah.
Was that the only thing getting them through their prison sentence? Is they just couldn't wait to get back out to
beat
the
their
little boys?
They didn't go to prison, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like.
God damn it.
Bro, they're what was it? The way the guy I'm trying to didn't they have like a catchphrase? I'm gonna go on a tangent with
God
this.
damn
Never
it.
mind. It doesn't matter.
I want to know what the catchphrase is now.
I thought he had like some goofy. I thought he had like some goofy phrase that he would use like to start the videos. That
No, Daddy, no, stop.
Oh yeah, that's
That's
it.
his
Yeah.
catchphrase.
There it is. That jogged my memory. I think that's the
Oh
one.
yeah, it was children screaming. Yeah, that's what it was.
A 2-year-old
Tortured
crying.
cries of children.
And just sheer terror.
Yeah, the only thing worse than child abuse is when you upload it to millions of people.
And
I
you're
think-
proud of it.
Yeah. You don't learn. Well,
Someone in a
you don't accept responsibility for it.
God,
Someone in
man.
our Patreon chat is now saying that the guy is a SoundCloud rapper.
No.
Which is the next worst thing.
No way.
Dude. Link that. Let's listen.
Yeah, hold on. I'm looking that up right now.
Bump
There's
that
no
shit.
fucking
Let's
way.
go.
He just lays lines over children screaming.
Now they're all diss records on his fucking half kids. Yeah, this one's the crazy fuck you, man.
Yeah. It's a whole new level of child abuse.
They put me in the slammer because of you.
Gonna
Well, it looks
rape
like
this
it's true.
child.
He goes
I'm going
by-
wild. What?
It looks like he goes by Deadbolt82.
Oh, bruh.
Oh, Lord.
That's edgy.
And he does stream. What the fuck? Yeah.
Holy fuck.
But how long was he doing YouTube for? He's probably got no other discernible skills. Like, he's built his whole life around YouTube and the internet, and he doesn't know what to do now. Now that child took it from him.
Yeah. Now he has to get it all out on the tracks, bro.
All that pain. Holy shit,
suffering.
bro. Okay, Deadbolt 80. He got an album. Oh, fuck.
Is it good? You listen to the Boner Jams right now? Are they good?
I'm about to. I got to take a trip here. Hold on.
Damn it!
Wait,
can we
Can you give
listen
us
to
a
it
link?
live?
Because I want to hear it.
I can't even find it, actually.
Mike Martin by Deadbolt. Oh,
someone-
shit.
Oh,
I might have some here, boys.
Do you think we could play it on the show
Can't
or
play
we
it?
get DMCA'd?
We probably get the MCA, but we can at least hear it here.
Here, I'll. All right, yeah. Have you ever met like a Monster can person outside of a gas station?
Oh,
Like
yeah.
what?
Like,
I
you mean like trash, white trash?
he kind of, like it's just like, he has all the stereotypes, like a brandless hat on his face and like smells like cigarettes, drinks Monster, talks about like his dad's construction company and shit. Like that's what this music is. It's the only way I can describe it. Here, I got the link though. I'm going to drop it.
Yeah, drop it.
Should I just put it in the chat, the discussion?
Yeah. Just put it in there.
Go crazy, guys.
Okay. Dude, can we play this?
Holy shit! That cover
He
photo.
has 16 tracks. What the fuck? What label picked him up? Who's paying him for this?
Hey, man, it's like we said, there's no
Nobody.
label. This is self-produced, man. He doesn't need a label.
It's self-produced
Labels
and
can't define
ambitious.
him.
Yeah.
So can we? Charlie, can we play this?
Look at 12 Inner Demons.
That's what he nicknamed his son.
Yeah. 6. Back off. All
Should we not
capitals.
risk it or what?
Wait, his 15th track is "Don't Get Hurt." That's ironic.
Oh, nice.
16 is I don't care anymore.
Damn.
Goodbye. Love myself. Take
He's
me
got
home.
features, man.
Yeah, he's got the whole lineup here. Fucking
Holy
Jake
shit.
Martin's in the mix.
What?
His 7th track has 250k listens.
Oh, shit. Since we're talking about presidents, I want to briefly mention this because this still blows my mind. Yesterday, I don't know if you guys saw, Biden did like a address, like a hearing following the school shooting. Did you guys see how he started that?
Didn't he talk about ice cream or something?
Yes, he did a like stand-up comedy routine. So in this address, like following the school shooting, he opens it by saying, "Hey, I'm Joe Biden, husband of Dr. Jill Biden," as the crowd is cheering and clapping and laughing, and he goes, "I really like ice cream. Came down here because I heard they were serving ice cream." And then he just goes on. He goes on about this fucking ice cream.
Remembered her name.
So he's talking about ice cream, and then he goes to the podium and he's like, "Oh my God, whose kids are those? These are such good-looking kids. Stand up, kids. Can we clap for these kids?" And these 4 random kids just stand up, and he's like, "Are these all your kids? Oh my God, you should be so proud." All like proceeding, talking about a fucking school shooting.
Biden's gaffes are my favorite. It's like reminiscent of, you guys remember the Bush years where he would say things like,
Can you fucking imagine that kids born today won't know who PewDiePie is?
That's a world I don't even want to live in.
Oh my god. That's
they're
fucking
gonna know. He's
disgusting.
gonna be around at least another 10 years.
Probably.
He's a smart dude. I'm pretty sure
No,
he'll
yeah,
be
he's-
relevant for
yeah.
a while.
He's
also
made some good
stupidly
business
handsome.
choices.
I respect the guy a lot.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with him. Like really, you watch his stuff and like you really just can't fault him.
Not at all.
There's nothing inherently wrong with what
No,
he's
you
doing.
can't. I mean, he's good looking too. He's got that halo effect. He's not like us. I mean, he could go to any TV station and they'll just invite him in.
He was on a TV station, wasn't he? A late night talk show.
Oh, well, there you go. If I did that, they'd tell me to fuck off and have me arrested.
Yeah, he's got a bomb.
I mean, at this point, his fame precedes him. People know his name without knowing who he is.
Yeah,
that is true.
Like I can fucking guarantee you, there's some backwoods like soccer mom, and when she's talking to her bridge club friends about what her like 8-year-old son does, she goes, "He loves that PewDiePie on the internet," and like she doesn't even know what that concept is. But I guarantee you, she doesn't get like he's watching YouTube videos. She just says he goes on that computer and all he does is Minecraft and PewDiePie all day.
You're not wrong.
I can guarantee you there's someone saying that probably right now.
I wonder if you could like run a scam like that where you get just late with soccer
Where you
moms
just
if
label
tell
shit
them-
PewDiePie?
What?
You just label things PewDiePie and sell it to children?
No, you just label yourself PewDiePie and fuck soccer moms.
Well, yeah, they
Like,
wouldn't
yeah,
know.
I'm your kid's biggest hero. That's me.
You sound Turkish there.
I'll sign as. That's okay. Yeah, I may look like a brown, burnt,
you
hairy
go up to her-
Turkish dude, but
You just go up to her. Yes, I PewDiePie. We sex now.
you
I
follow
give
me.
to
I
you
signed
the-
his little baseball cap.
I give children the Let's Play.
I'm pretty sure she just forbid him from watching PewDiePie in that scenario. Wouldn't have sex with you. You'd be like, all right, well, he's not watching you again. Get away.
Clearly, I've made a mistake in my parenting. I wonder how many soccer moms PewDiePie's fucked.
None. He's fucking models. Why would you fuck soccer moms when you can fuck models?
Yeah, I was talking about myself if I pretended to be him. He's actually handsome. I'm pretty sure he gets pretty good looking poon.
Down the.
We'll be like, what was his name? Ray William Johnson, who sold his channel to
Oh,
like
yeah.
an 8-year-old or some shit. You remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that, and it's doing really well these days.
Is he still a part of it?
I didn't know that.
No.
So he's completely left.
Yeah, I think.
He sold it to some network, and the network gave it to like 2 10-year-olds or some shit.
It's like a toy review channel now or something.
Yeah, I'm completely serious.
Holy shit! Really?
You haven't seen this? Yeah, they gave it to some kids, and they're like, delightful.
What? It's like a Christmas present.
How the fuck did they afford it?
Can you imagine if some like backdoor Russian billionaire was like, "All right, Gregory, I know you wanted YouTube for birthday," and he's got like PewDiePie tied up in his trunk. Here is the PewDiePie. Like beats him with a tire iron, throws him in front of his 10-year-old son.
Now give him your password.
He's like, Nick funny. He's like, do Let's Play. Like PewDiePie's bleeding on his rug.
Be funny. Do
Be
the
funny.
hello, brothers.
Play the
Bros.
video game. He throws like a broken Nintendo at him. It's not even plugged in.
NES with the Last of Us CD.
It's missing a game. Yeah. What we're all saying is PewDiePie should sell his channel to 10-year-olds.
What, to his fan base?
Anyway, yeah, Charlie, that's your channel, right? YouTube.com/PewDiePie.
Started from the ground up, baby.
What are you at? 48 million subscribers? And counting?
Something like that.
Yeah, you know how apparently he said that he was gonna close his channel and make a new one?
Good.
We should beat him to it. We should make a channel, upload his old videos, and claim it's the new one. Make some money off of it.
That's fucking brilliant.
The most fun I still had was the bonus episode where Charlie wasn't there for, I don't even remember why. I knew you were going to pick traveling. I had
Yeah, it
had
was
so
such a
much
good-
fun, man. So spoiler alert, I guess at this point it's a done deal. But Charlie, for whatever reason, wasn't able to make it to the bonus, so we decided, fuck it, let's do it anyway. And I decided I was gonna. So what we do is when we record the show, all of us upload our individual audio tracks with just our voices to a Google Drive. I took one of Charlie's older tracks, one that was like 2 years old, and I clipped it up into like semi-vague sentences that I could somehow work into the conversation, and I put them all in my soundboard. Now the problem is on Discord, when somebody talks, you see the green circle, and I knew immediately, like our live listeners, they would notice if, you know, Charlie's talking, but he's not even in the call. So I had Brady, our moderator, change his name to Charlie's username and his profile picture, and just he didn't speak. He just made enough white noise so where the yellow circle, the green circle was displaying, and then we just played clips from Charlie from like 2 years ago, and it worked perfectly. And it was just so amusing to me because
was genius.
It was Jackson
so
and Andrew,
shocking.
we were all in on it.
Yeah.
We played this ruse in front of a live audience who had no idea, and it was so much fucking fun because in that episode Charlie comes off as like he's high on LSD and he's denying 9/11.
No.
Yeah, can you at least play that clip? It's so short.
It was so fucking hilarious how no one figured it out at all that was listening. Good lord.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so can we actually listen to the clip? I clipped it really well.
Okay,
so
it is very short.
It's only
to be
16
fair.
minutes.
It's 1 minute and 26 seconds. I'm okay with
It's
playing
so
it
good.
by vote.
It's so
okay.
good.
I don't want to break Jackson's heart. Okay, here it is.
All right, so all right, real world conspiracies. Okay, fine. Real world conspiracies then. Oh God. All right, this is a hard one. I don't believe that 9/11 was an inside job.
Oh,
but
okay.
hang on, I know. We're gonna get into some deep shit. I do think that there was. I think the Bush administration knew more than they let on about it. I think that they didn't prepare for it the way they should have, or that.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
This is the man.
It could
George
be wrong.
Bush was the man who once famously said that the fish people and the human race can coexist peacefully. I don't think
Wait, did he really say that?
Yes.
Wait, Charlie, did you say yeah? Do you agree with Andrew?
Do you really believe there were people in those buildings?
How high is he?
Jesus, is the LSD just bringing out the real Charlie right now? What the fuck do you think they leveled? Like, what the fuck do you think exploded there?
The empty buildings.
Okay.
So
Jesus.
That was so
we were
fucking
kidding, by the way.
natural
Charlie was
sounding.
actually there for that.
So I don't remember how old I was when this happened. I know I was old enough not to shit myself, but I'd put it at probably roughly 18 or 19 years old. Me and a buddy of mine were walking. We were walking through a field to an unoccupied rental house that his parents owned. We were going to go dig through the garage for something. So anyway, we were walking through the field, and I went to fart. And when I fart, I shit. But I wasn't entirely sure if I shit. So the only way that I knew to check at the time, because I was like 30% sure that I shit. So I reached my hand back between my underwear and my ass crack and pulled out this big glob of shit.
That is the most disgusting way to confirm. I would have rather bent over in front of my friend and had him look for me. That is abhorrent. Fuck.
So I'm sitting there in the middle of this field, probably a half a mile away from the house that we were going to. And I'm sitting there just holding this shit in my hand, and I start flinging it, like trying to fling it off, rubbing my hands in the grass and everything. And so I end up doing the shitty walk for the other half a mile to get to the house. And we get there, and I go to clean up, and the water to the house is shut off.
Oh.
So I go down in the basement, and I strip down, and I was wearing tidy whities, a Fruit of the Looms. And I take them and I clean as much as myself and my asshole as I can with them underwear. And I didn't know what to do with the shitty underwear. So over in the corner, there was this chest freezer that was, there was no power to it. So I take the shitty underwear and I throw it in the chest freezer, put my pants back on, and then go over to a neighbor's house and wash my hands. So fast.
What did you tell the neighbors, though? That's not like an easy sell. Like, I pooped my pants, can I use your sink?
No, it was a friend of his family. I just went in to use the bathroom. So fast forward like 10 years. That buddy of mine, Jeff, so him and his dad the house had been rented by his uncle for that last decade, and he had died, so they were in there cleaning it out, getting it ready for the next renter. So his dad is down in the basement, and he's looking around, and he opens up that chest freezer, and he looks at my buddy, and he looks down, and them shitty underwear are still in there. And he looks down, and he goes, "Your uncle was one crazy son of a bitch."
He opened the forbidden sarcophagus. What a shame.
Wouldn't that shit rot and like gain life after so many years?
Unless they turned the freezer on and they like froze it like a popsicle. I imagine if it was like totally no powered for that long, it'd be completely rotten, molding, maggots.
Ugh.
Well, my friend was down there, and he said you could very clearly see that it was shitty underwear. So
beautifully preserved. What a fossil.
You should have been like, "Can I have that back now?"
I've been looking for those. Your fucking uncle stole them from me. Took a shit in them and threw them in a box.
Oh gosh, what was my uncle doing with teenage boy-sized undies? Shit covered. That's weird, man. You reminded me, Doug, you were gonna tell me, a while back you told me, since you mentioned your friend, a story about how you and him went to Las Vegas with all the money you had. You were gonna run away from home or some shit. Wasn't that a thing?
No. So back when I was a raging alcoholic, me and a buddy of mine had kind of given up on life, and we had decided that we were going to go out leaving Las Vegas style. We were going to go hitchhike to Vegas with as much money as we could get, and then just see how long we would survive, either drink ourselves to death or drugs or whatever the fuck it was going to be that was going to take us out. So we said our goodbyes to all the people around the area that we were living, and decided to have one last hurrah here locally before we took off across the country. And so, of course, we got drunk, and we started calling everybody that we could to bring over money. And there was this girl that I was seeing at the time, and I asked her to swing by and drop off whatever she could do to help us out on our trek. And she ended up bringing over a 30-pack of beer and like $100 or something. So I went in the other room and thanked her, and then told her that we were getting ready to leave, and she was crying, and we kind of ushered out the door. And then me and my buddy just drank as much of that beer as we could, and then went to the bar, spent the rest of that money, and completely forgot about the trip to going to Vegas. It was just
What a scam. That's like some Ed, Ed and Eddie shit for a jawbreaker. Nice.
Yeah, you just had a nice night and you broke up with your girlfriend.
Yeah, that was the same guy that was. So we had left the bar. This was probably, I'd say, within a month of that. So he had lost his license for a DUI, and I had we took my car to the bar, and I think we were there for, I don't know, probably 4 hours or so, and decided that it was time to go home. I was too drunk to drive, so I let him drive my car. We were heading down the road about 55 miles an hour, and he hit a parked car, and it popped. So all my life, I've always worn my seatbelt except for that night. So I popped out through the windshield.
Awesome.
Really?
How fast was he going?
About 55.
Holy shit.
I can't even. Were you still a large man at this point, or were you a bit skinnier?
No, this is back when I was muscular.
Okay, because I was imagining like a Left 4 Dead boomer like exploding through the window.
Like that fat zombie in the bottom of the well on Walking Dead.
Yeah.
All right, so we hit the car, and it knocked me out. I was leaning there, so I had went out, and then he pulled me. I was kind of like half in, half out. He pulled me back into the seat, and I had a fuck ton of cuts all over my head and my face and everything. And it gave the appearance that my face had been peeled off, when in actuality it was just the thin blood and the head wounds was caused excessive bleeding. So I'm laying there slumped over in the seat, and he starts freaking out. He thought that I was dead. This is the first time that night that he thought he killed me. So he starts shaking me. This is interesting. So he starts shaking me.
Minefield.
And I wake up and I asked him what happened. And he said that he thinks we hit a car. I'm like, well, let's get the fuck out of here. And he's trying to start the car.
I don't know. The car just stopped all of a sudden. I don't know what the fuck happened.
So I end up getting out, and he's like, dude, I don't have a license. The cops are going to be here. Can you tell them that you drove? I'm like, yeah, that's fine. So I'm sitting, I switch places with him, and I'm sitting in the driver's seat, but I'm got my legs out, out on the road, and I'm just sitting there trying to figure out what the fuck happened. And he goes over and sits in the passenger seat and then buckles himself in. So the cops end up rolling up, and they ask me if I was driving. I say, yeah. So keep in mind that over in the passenger seat, the windshield is blown out completely. And then in the driver's seat, there's no damage to the window, but the steering wheel is bent forward completely. And I'm just sitting there completely covered in fucking blood. So the cops start asking me, were you driving? Were you driving? And I'm like, yeah, I was driving. And I was sitting here looking at the concrete, and I could watch this puddle of blood just keep getting bigger and bigger. And it didn't dawn on me where it was coming from. I was just fascinated. Keep in mind that I was really fucking drunk, and I had a major concussion.
I'm not surprised.
So the smart detective finally figures out that, I think these guys are up to something. This is the one that was driving, and the guy with his head shaved off is the one that went through the windshield. So they corner my friend and try to get the truth out of him. He starts telling his version of the story, which is we were driving down the road and this car pulled out in front of us. And like, as if it was written in Hollywood, as he finishes that sentence, up over the crest of the hill comes the lady who owned the car carrying a can of gasoline. So it becomes apparent that he's full of shit. The cops start getting agitated with him. He starts yelling at the cops that he's not telling them a fucking thing. He takes off running. The cops tackle him.
After he told them like an hour's worth of stories.
He ends up punching one of the cops, and of course, then he gets arrested. They take him. It was the middle of winter, and we were in the Midwest, so it was cold. So they put him in the holding cell, which is down in the garage. They strip him naked, and then put him in the holding cell right there in the elements. And the cop walks up to him and says, "Hey, that friend of yours, he didn't make it," and just left him there all night thinking that he killed me.
That is fucked up.
Wow.
That's a good prank, though. That's definitely like Kaya as an officer, no doubt.
What the
fuck? It'll teach him a lesson.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll put the fear of God in him real quick.
Holy fuck.
So did they
funny
bring
thing
you
is
to the hospital then? Like what was going on with
So I went to the hospital. I was they ended up calling my mom and my dad, and then my mom reached out to a really good friend of mine and had him come too. So by this time I was maybe not starting to get sober, but I was definitely getting sore and getting familiar with what had happened to me. So I'm laying in the emergency room, and I think it must be shock or whatever, but I start shaking uncontrollably. And of course I've got to pee because I've been drinking heavily. So they're bringing over little pee jars or whatever the fuck they're called.
Bedpans, yeah.
But this was more like a half-gallon milk container is what it looked like. One of them big things. And I filled that fucking thing up, whatever the container was. I filled it up, and it's just sitting there pouring out the top. And the nurse is looking at me, and I'm looking at the nurse, and I'm still peeing. I'm like, I can't stop it. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
She's getting turned on. I'm getting hard. Like I see that in
So-
Hollywood.
She takes a swig for courage, and
Like I said, there was a lot of blood around my head and face. So they had wrapped a towel around it to try to stop some of the bleeding and everything, and it was bleeding through. So when my mom walked in, they ushered her in the back, and she told me later, from her viewpoint, it looked like the top half of my head was gone. It was just blood red and bandages and and whatnot. And as she walked in, I was yelling at the nurse because they had took my heating lamp because like I said, I was shivering and everything. So my mom in the middle of, I'm this big, at the time I considered myself somewhat of a badass, and I'm yelling and ready to fight some doctor for stealing my shit. And she just comes around the corner and goes, "Douglas Raymond." And I just instantly like turned into a 4-year-old, like, "What, Mom?"
Holy shit. Wow. So what happened to your friend?
So his girlfriend came and bailed him out the next day. And I don't know if she had talked to the cop or come up with this on her own, but she also told him that I died. She said, "Yeah, Doug died." And then she brought him over to the hospital to see me. And he thought he was coming in to visit my family or something. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. But yeah, it was from the time he got arrested to the time he seen me in the hospital. He thought that I was dead.
That is fucked up.
Wow.
And
Wild.
awesome.
And that man's name is Anthony.
Yeah, that is a wild prank. I'm impressed.
That was it all planned? Like a bachelor party abduction? Oh, that is fucked up, man.
All that to steal a heating lamp.
Yeah.
We so me and that guy, that I have probably some of my best stories with him. His name was Jason. Me and him used to, neither one of us were working, and we were both raging alcoholics. So we would just go start walking looking for money. And this is like, 22 years old? Like, we're just going to go look for money. So we would end up either borrowing, mowing grass, whatever, to get enough money to go to the strip club. And then once we were in the strip club, I could pretend to be a bouncer, or we could make friends with somebody. It was like a bring your own beer club. We could make friends with somebody who would offer us beer, whatever it was. So we were at this bar, this strip club, and we had been drinking malt liquor before we got there because that would get us drunk faster. And then we're sitting in this titty bar, and this guy comes over and he said, "Hey, I got to go to the bathroom. Can you guys watch my beer?" Absolutely.
You asshole.
So he had a brand new 18 pack. He hadn't even cracked it yet. He gets up and goes to the bathroom. I pick up the 18 pack, and we just get up and walk outside, get in Jason's truck. And this is, I wish this is something that we could have had recorded or something, but when we were going to back out of the parking spot, the front bumper of Jason's truck hooked on to the rear bumper of somebody's minivan.
Christ. You're such a public nuisance.
you have no fucking clue, man.
You're like a fucking Mr. Bean of alcoholics.
So like I said, as we were backing out, we snagged bumpers. So then all we had to do is pull forward and get unhooked and back up. What Jason chose to do is just throw it in reverse and slam on the gas. So he's sitting there just, and we end up peeling our bumper off like halfway across the truck. It's 90 degrees out. So it looks like a unicorn horn, basically. But we had drugged that guy's minivan out halfway into the parking lot. So as we're going through all this, the guy that comes running out, he's like, "That's my van, was the same guy who asked us to hold his beer.
What a heist.
Wow. I've never once said that I wasn't a piece of shit. I've made that very, very clear.
What were the repercussions from this, though? I feel like that'd be kind of a big deal.
Nothing. We took off.
You got the 18 pack?
Yeah, fuck.
Successful heist.
Yeah, we drank it on the way home.
So wait, you weren't drinking and driving, you were drinking while driving?
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I was a piece of shit.
Holy fuck.
Did you grow up in like a small town though? Because I feel like there's no way this would like slide in a bigger city area.
No, this was a pretty populated area.
Really? There's probably like articles about you too, like the fucking degenerate bandits stealing beers and ripping minivans in half and shit.
So I used to work at the Holiday Inn, and I was the guy who brought food room service.
Mm-hmm.
One of the benefits of working at Holiday Inn is that you could get a hotel room at any other Holiday Inn around the country for $15 a night. So about once a month or once every 2 months, me and a buddy of mine would host a party at the Holiday Inn. So long story short, the last time that these parties were allowed happened to be at one of the parties that I was hosting. So we got the room, and if you remember like the flashback scenes in The Hangover, that's what this party was like. There were people there. I have no idea who the fuck they were. I know I was really, really fucked up. People, so it was an adjoining room, but we weren't supposed to have access to the other room. By the time the party was over, the bed in my room was broken. The TV was broken, and almost everything was lifted out of that adjoining room. Like it was almost empty. So I can remember we had some strippers show up, and they were not good strippers. Like they were like cigarette burns on the butt. You know, they brought like a little jam box with a cassette tape, and it played whatever fucking R. Kelly or some shit. I don't know. But I remember there was knocking on the door. I go over and answer the door, and it was the hotel security. And he comes in and he's like, God damn. I mean, he ends up coming in and throwing some money for the stripper and all that shit.
What the fuck? No, you're definitely making that shit up right there. That's like a frat boy telling a story. Yeah. So a party at my parents' house. My parents came in and then they got fucked up.
Yeah, and then the cops came and they said, this party's too sexy. We're taking it down. And then they brought in
and
more
everybody
strippers.
clapped.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I would not make it up. So anyway, I remember I may have received oral from the stripper, and I may have told her that I loved her and I wanted to make her my princess.
Okay, you would not make that one up. That's terrible.
That's a sad one to make up.
So the next day, you know, we ended up just trying to like set everything back up in some sort of order, like we hadn't just completely destroyed the fucking room. But I ended up getting a call from my boss when I got home, and they called me in and they said, so starting now, nobody at the Holiday Inn is allowed to rent rooms from other Holiday Inns for that employee discount. It's just a regular thing. So I ruined that for everybody.
Fuck
and I also got fired, and but I never had to pay anything for damages or anything.
You're a danger to the public. I had no idea the extent of all of this. Holy fuck. What would you consider your most horrible drunk story? Was it the one where you yelled at your dad?
That was a sad one. That's not like a horrible one. That's just sad.
Yeah. It could be horrible to him.
Oh, true. Yeah.
No, it wouldn't be that one.
Jesus.
God, dude, I guess it depends on for what reason. Like the one thing that I regret the most. Is that what you're asking? Or
yeah, I guess. I don't. Jesus, you have like a whole Yu-Gi-Oh deck of drunk stories where you're the asshole. First off, what happened to Jason? Was it your friend? So you got your life together. You have a pretty decent job now. That's an indictment of you. You can't insult your own child because that's still your fault. The next generation, if they suck, while you raised us, if you're insulting us, that's still your fault, right?
I feel like I'm listening to a Twitter
that's why
argument.
It's such a good insult.
Yeah, that's stupid though, because one, I didn't raise you. I raised my kid.
Kyle likes to think otherwise.
Yeah, Kyle wants to pretend that you're his dad's. Yeah. Maybe that's what all of this is about. Maybe I mock you because I want you to be my dad.
Well,
That
I can
would be
promise
so cute.
I can promise you, Kaya, that if I was your dad, I would make sure that you could stand still with a finger in your butt.
He's got on his baseball cap, whistle in his mouth, stopwatch in hand. All right, game time.
The little cap with the propeller on it and a lollipop in my mouth. Like, Dad, what are you doing? Focus, damn it! Focus on your math homework.
Pay no attention to this.
And don't tell anybody about our little
Don't mention to this. Especially your mom. Oh, that would be so fucked up.
What, being fingered by Doug?
Well, yeah, probably. I wouldn't put it past him, Doug. You're the kind of dickhead who like literally stops. No. Hang on. Everyone stop laughing.
All right.
Doug literally once stopped his son from getting a blowjob. You're a dickhead.
What the hell? Why?
What happened? Why were you even in a position to stop that?
Yeah, what?
Was your son taking away?
I am not a dickhead, first off. I don't want to repeat the whole story. I think I talked about it on the bonus episode, but I walked in on my son getting a blowjob, and I thought it best to end that situation as soon as possible. So I kindly asked the young lady to leave.
Oh, I thought you meant like you
called her a whore. She was 14.
Ooh, Doug.
It's not even a joke.
I may have let my emotions get the best of me, but yes, I did insinuate that she was promiscuous.
What were the emotions then? You were jealous of your son?
Like a fucking celebrity at his
so much
trial. Just trying to fucking.
Why is there so
reword
much
it.
emotion there?
Okay,
He's just getting
all
his dick
right.
sucked.
We'll go around and we'll start with you, Jackson. If you were 14 years old getting a blowjob, and your dad walks in, is he going to say "carry on," or is he going to break up?
If he was a good dad.
No. Your dad. What would he have done?
Probably a thumbs up.
Bullshit. Then he's not a good dad.
Oh, yeah, a good dad needs to.
He's a respectful dad.
What are you talking about?
You're telling me that. All right, Andrew. So if your dad walked in on you at 14 years old getting a blowjob, he would just say, "Hey, aces, high five."
Oh, he would have, when it happened, said, "Oh, sorry," and left. And then later, after she went home, he would have been like, "That was pretty cool, huh?" Or like some stupid, goofy shit. My dad 100% would have like ribbed me and given me shit for it for the rest of my life, but he would not have stopped it.
I don't think any of our dads here would have flipped out and started screaming about whores or whatever you were doing.
Kaya didn't
Doug.
even have this problem. His dad left way before 14.
Yeah. I don't even have a dad, and he's cool with it. In spirit, he always sends Kaya messages. First time I got a blowjob, he just heard something ring in his ear, and he was happy. He smiled. Oh. I think you should tell the story.
Yeah, tell the story.
Yeah, so I was my wife was gone, my son was there, and he asked if his girlfriend could come over, and I said yeah, and I was going to go downstairs and play some video games, and they asked if they could go up to the upstairs living room. So I was going up and checking like about every 5 minutes, just peeking my head around the corner, make sure nothing fishy was going on.
You were looking for a blowjob.
You were literally looking for this.
Just peeking my head in. I didn't want to miss anything.
So it was after like 5 or 6 times I walked up there, and I walk into the living room and it's empty. I go down the hall and the door's closed. It's not closed all the way. It's just so you could push the door open, fling it open without turning the knob. And I did that, and she was on her knees and his dick was in her mouth. And I lost it.
That sounds like a blowjob to me.
Why didn't you knock?
I guess I didn't know if you were familiar with what a blowjob was, but I thought I'd explain it. So why would I knock? The whole thought is I'm trusting you to not do anything because you are 14 years old.
You were trusting them, though. You were peeking around the corner every 3 minutes.
Fair point. I guess I don't have anything.
No, it's got like you trust it, but you wanted to verify.
Yeah,
and then you caught him in the act.
Trust but verify just means I don't trust you. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
but I just don't think you should have grabbed her by the hair and called her a whore.
I didn't grab her by the hair and called her a whore. I grabbed her by the hair and slammed her head against my son's pelvis 15 or 16 times.
So she could finish the job.
That's not how you do it. This is how you do it.
Do it right, damn it. That's my son you're sucking off. You're gonna do it right.
My son deserves so much better than this tired, unenthusiastic work.
Here, move over. Let me show you how it's done.
You're supposed to work the balls. Jesus Christ.
Put a finger in his butt. I trained him.
Look, he don't move at all. Nothing. he just looks like a scared deer.
So why'd you call her a whore and not your son a whore?
Because he was...
Women are whores. What are you talking about? That's a stupid question.
So what was the reprimand for your son then? What did you do after this?
Oh, fuck. Let me think.
No blowjobs for a week? Yeah, what's the punishment?
She's like, you like getting your dick sucked? You're gonna get your dick sucked 20 times.
I'm gonna make you smoke all of these cigarettes, bitch, and I'll get on your knees. You think blowjobs are fun? Suck this.
Put the fear of God in there.
Yeah, I don't remember. I'm sure it was just like everything else that a shitty dad does. I grounded him.
For how long?
I don't remember. Probably a week or two. I don't know. I'm sure it was.
Did he resent you? Or did he like grow to respect your decision and say that it made him a better man or some shit?
No, we've never talked about that situation specifically, but yeah, I mean, it's not like that was the only issue that I had with him growing up. So, it was just compounded.
How often did you interrupt him getting laid?
No, so like there was a time where, so this is a couple years later. So his sister, who is years younger than him, used to go into his room and use his DVD player to watch cartoons or whatever. And I was in there. God, this makes me sound so shitty. So I was in there and I opened up his DVD player and there was a porno in there. And I got extremely pissed off about it because he knew that his sister used that room to watch
porn
movies. yeah. And leaving that in there really, really pissed me off. I considered it very inconsiderate. So I did the only thing I thought I could do, which was to take it and scratch the shit out of it so it wouldn't play. And then I wrote on marker on the back of it, "What if your sister watched this?" And then just put it back in the player and never said a word to him. Just waited for him to come to me.
You sound like a schoolgirl. What's wrong with communication? Why can't you just talk to him?
Put on lipstick and kissed it, thinking of you.
Now we've both finished to this.
So I guess I'm not good enough.
I know what you did.
What kind of porn was it?
I don't remember.
Did you watch it?
No.
Oh,
that's a lie.
Yeah, that's definitely a lie. You have to check.
I had my own. There would be no reason for me to watch his. That's creepy.
No. You wouldn't know it was porn unless you did watch it, but you don't want to tell us.
Oh, everything that I've ever said on mic, and this is what I'm holding off on.
Actually, that is a good question, though. How did you know it was porn? Was there just like
the DVD would have had a cover, like
it was a store bought
skin on top,
a store bought DVD with a label on it.
How old was he at the time?
Oh, probably 15, 16.
So where did he get a store-bought porn DVD?
Well,
I don't know.
He's old enough to drive and shit. I don't think.
Oh, okay. See, now you're the boomer.
No,
what 15-year-olds cannot buy illegal
They
items.
can't buy stuff.
Yeah, you would have just
from
paid a homeless man to buy it or something.
I guess, yeah. Well, my only point is, don't you have to be like 18 to buy stuff from sex stores?
So if I'm sure it's the same for everybody, every generation. For me, it was going into my dad's dresser and taking his VHS tape to go jerk off to. And I'm sure for my son, I'm sure he got it from a friend who got it from a dad or something like that.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Very nice. Perfect. So I wanted to kind of no, my turn. I wanted to kind of I wanted to switch gears here. Anthony, you're also a father, right?
I am.
Have you ever cock blocked your children?
My son is 11 and my daughter's 13, so nope.
Answer the question.
They got all the action.
Nope.
No, it's coming.
Wait, why wouldn't you cock block them? That's the appropriate age. That's better than Doug cock blocking his 14-year-old son.
Be in a situation where they would need anyone to block for them.
That's a good point.
You just keep them locked in their room just to be safe.
Yes. Yeah, there's people like
He's like, my 10-year-old
me
daughter
in the
never gave a
world.
blowjob.
Well, now you can ask Jackson. I was just curious because I knew Anthony also had children.
I wanted to know if your son and that girl remained together after that, Doug, or did you completely scare her off?
No, she came around a couple times after that, but yeah, they didn't last.
Did you ever apologize for calling her a whore?
No, I wasn't in the wrong.
If you're listening out there, you're still a whore, I guess.
He's gonna send her this.
Yeah. I said this before, but it's just so in my head. I understand where you're coming from as a parent, but at the same time, like, these are two teens or tweens, whatever the hell you call them, and they're just discovering sexuality and being attracted to the opposite sex, and they're dating and whatever, and they're just experimenting and trying new things.
There was nothing she was just discovering.
Lumbering in comes this boulder, like from Indiana Jones, and calls her a whore on her first experience, scarring her for life.
So, like I said before, the shitty thing about the whole thing is, when I was that age, I was doing the exact same thing. I knew exactly.
Yeah, you're a hypocrite.
No shit. That's what I said. That's what I said before. I know that I was a hypocrite, and it was, whether or not it's insecurities or bad parenting or a combination of everything. When I walked in that room, I wasn't mad that she was giving him a blowjob. I was mad that they went against me specifically saying no blowjobs.
Okay. So it was an ego thing.
Tell the truth, you were mad because she was fat. You can do better than that. Come on.
I said one rule in this household.
You weren't the one getting the blowjob. I don't know, man. I love these stories. I understand it's difficult to be a dad, especially when you, I guess, also had a shitty dad. I don't know, Doc. Like, if your dad walked in on you getting a blowjob, I feel like you'd kill him. You'd be so mad if he stopped that thing from happening. I would be so pissed off, like, fuck, I'm gonna smother you, motherfucker. You don't know what you've just done.
So your son would be working up to that point.
Do you understand the gravity
probably
of the situation?
Like, the thing that I guess in the back of my head was, because I was such a fuck up that I did not want my son going down that same road. And in my mind, like, okay, you are going against the house rules. The house rules specifically state you will rinse off your dishes before you put them in the dishwasher, and you will not get a blowjob in this house. And you violated both of those in the same day.
What are you, Amish?
Okay, no, so okay.
How often were blowjobs an issue that it had to be made a standing rule?
One of the 10 commandments of Doug's household.
So
when did you have to pass this bill?
To give you an idea of what it was I was dealing with, like I said, so he was constantly getting in trouble for skipping school. So one night, me and his mom were sitting at the kitchen table drinking beer, like all good parents do. And so he comes in and he's wearing a hoodie, and inside the hoodie's got like 15 Reese's peanut butter cups. And, if you want to talk about what a boomer is, a boomer is me in this situation. Okay, so he's sitting there. He'd come home like 5 minutes after what curfew was, and he was just acting different. And the entire time he was talking to us, he's shoving these Reese's peanut butter cups in his mouth. As fast as he can open them, he's eating them. And in my mind, I'm like, he's high. He's on the marijuana, and he's got the munchies, because that's what they say is if you smoke pot, now you've got the munchies, and that's exactly what he's doing. Know. So no, I'm telling you what my mindset was. So I do what any good dad would do. Are you high? No. Are you lying? No. Let's go take a piss test. I want to see if you're high right now.
Are you fucking kidding? Let me taste it. Where did you have a piss test at like 11 a.m. p.m.?
Let me finish. So I take him into the bathroom, and
He pees in my mouth and I taste the marijuana.
I go into the bathroom. I grab a pregnancy test out of the closet and I say, piss on this. He starts going, no, I can't do it. I've got a shy bladder. Back and forth, go through all that. And then he finally caves and says, fine, I did try smoking pot.
And then you called him a whore and ran off crying or some shit.
No,
I gotcha.
Did I consider it?
You tried something, didn't you?
Did I consider it a
That's
win?
against the
Yeah,
rules.
yeah. Did you think that you won you won that exchange with your son?
Absolutely.
Nothing feels better than when a hunch is correct.
Yeah, I may have destroyed my trust with my son, but at least I was right.
Amen, brother.
You get it.
You feel so vindicated for ruining a night where he was having fun.
That's all you say to do with your son.
You're going out of your way to catch him red-handed, peeking indoors to see if he's getting blowjobs, peeing on pregnancy tests.
How old is he now, Doug?
24.
Okay.
Did you ever pay any grade school girls to try to suck his cock just to try to bust him for it?
What? Set up a sting like Chris Hansen. Hire a decoy.
Why don't you
to
have a
catch a
seat?
predator? The girl comes over like, of course you can invite your girlfriend, and then immediately Doug comes into the living room like, what do you think you're doing? I have all the chat logs between you and my son. What did you mean when you said I want to drain your balls? Did you mean his balls? Such an asshole.
I guess on the same token though, Anthony, have you had to deal with anything, not obviously in the same caliber, but anything where you had to like put your foot down and be the long dick of the law to your family, to your children?
Nope. My dog.
You just a pushover
your child.
Your children just run free, do whatever they want.
It is literally a no-win situation with you guys. What, you tried to reprimand your kids? You're a piece of shit. Oh, you don't have any problems? What are you, a fucking bitch?
There is a sweet spot here.
Yeah.
Is there?
Yeah, there is.
Do you have kids?
Well, that's fair. Okay.
No.
There's there's
That's
a
fair.
sweet spot. I want you to tell me about the sweet spot where you don't have.
Well, not calling their partner whores while still laying down the law once in a while. Like
The
like
sweet
with
spot
Doug.
is not having kids.
Well, yeah, that too. But with Doug, he could have like an acceptable way of dealing with your son getting his dick sucked was maybe letting him finish and then talking to him afterwards instead of calling the
Also, that was a risky move, though. Like, your son could have been, like, mid-bust, and you pull her head off, and he just comes on you, and then you've got yourself, like, the worst situation.
Yeah.
But the best story.
Yeah, well, to who? The police? Who are you gonna tell that story to? That's not something you tell at lunch at work. Like, yeah, so my son came on me.
You never been to where I work, I guess.
Oh no, it wasn't gay or anything. There was an underage girl involved. How are you gonna tell that story?
So my kid, I am a pushover. I'll admit it. My kids know I'm a pushover. If they'll ask me something and I'll say yes, and then they'll kind of look at me, and then they'll ask my wife. Dad said yes, but I want to make sure. I want to make sure that it's okay.
Oh, that's cute, though.
I'm a pushover.
Yeah, that is cute.
They're kids. You got to let them be kids. They're only going to be kids once, you know.
Okay, Anthony, so if you walk in and you see your sister giving your son a blowjob, what do you do?
What?
That's what I thought. You'd say, get off him, you whore.
That's a tough one.
Wait, your sister? Anthony's sister?
Yeah, that was the joke. But thanks for ruining it, though.
Yeah, thanks, Jackson.
No, thanks, Jackson. Jackson, just to make it up to the audience, you have to tell them about movement watches.
Make him live stream it.
Oh,
yeah.
great. Yeah, just, hey, Kai, I need verification. A video of you with a gun with the barrel in your mouth. Looking at his face. Awesome. Oh, cool. Now my parents are calling.
You want me to talk to him?
This is great, Doug. You're really
Parents?
You're really piling on here.
I thought you said you didn't have a dad.
Okay, my mom was calling. Jackson, are you happy?
I need specifics, Kaya. I thought he came back from the dead.
He's not dead. He just doesn't talk to me.
Whatever.
It's just how much.
I thought maybe the
How much
relationship
more
was
do you have to
repaired.
mock me?
What a dickhead move, Jackson. My parents are calling, but you don't have a dad. Nice, man. Real nice.
Hey, your dad don't love you and left you, remember?
Yeah. Literally the only time he ever got in touch with me, Jackson, is when the German police sued him, like by default, for not paying child support.
Oh.
Well, at that point, if your mum was
It's-
also on the line, you could have said, my parents are calling me, but right now, it's not the case.
So you'll get it right, goddammit.
Fair enough. Okay, it's all right. Just my mom called me because she probably felt lonely since she's alone with all the cats and she's sick, Jackson.
And no dad.
Right, she has no husband, yes. She's a widow. Are you happy?
I think I feel like
Does that bring you joy?
happiness.
I would love to hear that phone call. Kaya, help. I'm homesick with the cats and no dad.
Normal thing, whatever. And then you look at the menu and you're like, man, that fucking cheesecake, man, I need that. Like, I got to have that right now. And it just sucks because then after you eat it, you're like, this is stupid. Why did I do this? I feel like shit.
You have to know your limits, Andrew.
It's worse than a drug. At least with a drug, like even something as simple as alcohol, you get that nice feeling for at least an hour or two. With food, if you're like me and you scarf it down like a goddamn Cookie Monster, you get like what 5 seconds of satisfaction, and then it's 5 hours of feeling bloated, and I can't concentrate, and I feel so knocked out. Like the other day, I overate again, and I couldn't sit upright. I was so sleepy.
You relapsed.
I don't know how people
It was
have,
weighing you down.
I don't know how people have insomnia when I can eat a big meal and have maybe 2 drinks, and I can literally not even sit upright and think. I have to lie down and sleep like a baby kitten.
Yeah, you're like a little fat baby. Like
Yeah.
you need a little pop up from Pop Pop, otherwise you just topple right over.
I felt like I had wandered into like Alcoholics Anonymous last week. I overate again.
No, it's not the booze.
You
like,
relapsed, huh?
It's the food that I can eat. I did it
No
again
shit.
today. I ate 2 pizzas in one sitting. I don't know why.
Wait, 2 whole pizzas?
I don't need to. Obviously.
Wait.
You're asking for
this. How big of pizzas are we talking?
It's got to
What
be
the
a
fuck?
personal. It's got to be a personal pizza.
Not too big. I don't have a measuring tape here, so I don't know how to describe it, to be honest.
If you were at a party, how many people would get to eat some of that pizza?
Well, I mean, again, I don't know. There's a cultural difference here, Andrew. In America, maybe 1. I don't know. You people are fucking fat, but for me, let me put it in relative terms for myself. I ate probably 4 times as much as I needed to eat. Is that a fair estimate? Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah. And now,
Yeah,
I know
Turkish
this was
thunder.
like 6 hours ago, and of course it knocked me out. I had to take a nap again, like a little baby. It's like, I literally couldn't sit. I can't think. Like I'm thinking, okay, you know what? I'm a little hungry. I can't focus. I'm too hungry. I'm gonna have a snack, and then that snack turns into this gorging, as if I was going to go into hibernation. And then I sit back. And then
Oh
I
my
sit
Lord.
back down, and for some reason I think, you know what, a glass of whiskey can't hurt. Wash it down. And I'm so sleepy at like 3 p.m. in the afternoon. I can't. It doesn't work. I can't. Like, if you ask me, Kaya, what's 2 plus 7? I don't know. I need to sleep. Please stop.
The answer's pizza.
I need to lie down.
This really feels like you've been waiting a long time to like get this off your chest.
He's
no,
confessing something.
No, this is
The
just
intervention.
this is the preface to the actual point which I'm trying to make, James, which has come up many times on this podcast, which is my bowel movements. This was like 6 hours ago, and now I know those 2 pizzas are still inside me. I do not feel the need to take a shit right now, but I know that somewhere along the line of somewhere in this night, we have 2 episode recordings today, I'm gonna have to shit my pants almost. It's gonna get real bad, but right now I don't
Your
feel
heart's
it.
gonna stop, man.
No.
You're not gonna survive this one.
The way you describe this makes it sound like someone who's trying to kill themselves with pills and alcohol, but yours is pizza and alcohol.
You're just anticipating this demise.
Exactly,
Yeah,
anticipating. But you know
pain.
that feeling when you know within the next hour you're gonna have to take a really big shit, but right now you're not feeling anything, and it's really weird. It's like that moment in a horror
It's
movie
risk awareness.
where the music kind of ducks out, and you know, okay, this means a jump scare is about to happen. When the music stops, a jump scare is about to happen. That's how I feel about my shits. Is okay if my tummy feels okay right now, that means in 5 minutes from now I'm about to fill my ass with shit. My pants is gonna run down my legs.
How long does it take for shit to form?
I don't know.
Because it's not 6 hours, is it?
I think it's
it depends on
12 to
fiber.
24,
To the
right?
Google machine.
No, it depends on fiber.
I have no idea.
What, like you ate pizza, so that's just like straight grease. You're just gonna like fucking
Yeah.
shotgun diarrhea out of your ass.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Are you looking forward to it? It sounds like
No, I'm
you're
not
getting
looking.
hype.
No, it's.
Oh yeah, baby, it's coming. Oh yeah.
No, it's more as in. Oh yeah, I know. Like I know my stomach. I know what I can take and can't take, and I always eat these things knowing full well it's gonna turn into this oil slick grease in the toilet. And I wash my toilet with a fungal remover because nothing else does the job. Like you guys know those.
What are you doing to your toilets?
Fungal remover.
It sounds like Annihilation.
Are you shitting like The Last of Us zombies or something? What is this?
You guys don't know the heavy
Shooting
duty.
spores out of his ass.
So there's the cute little wash your bathroom kind of products for you know, I don't know, like bachelorettes who want to clean their toilet or something. Like the pink, some sort of a pink soap that smells pleasant, and you just wash your toilet with it. And then there's the industrial strength products for people like myself, which is straight up chlorine and fungal remover, which I have to use if I want to get rid of the shit stains. Which solidifies.
You have to get a professional team in every time you shit in hazmat suits.
Do you shit paint or something?
Yeah, okay, I know. That's your point, right? People are gonna ask, Kai, why don't you just use the toilet brush and brush the shit away before you, after you get up off the pot? And no, it solidifies while I'm taking the shit still. It's so strong.
It's like caked into the toilet bowl.
There's superhuman abilities.
The noise from Kaya's bathroom is when you dump pebbles into a little bucket. Just rapid fire.
It sounds like you're just shitting out rubber cement like C4.
It's like Play-Doh, except more like flubber. It's almost alive. It's terrible.
It's sentient.
It's annoying. It's like venom.
James, do you have any experiences like that? Do you ever shit out alien life forms?
I can't.
Have you ever taken a concrete enema?
I can't say that my shit has ever like fully, caked onto the side of my toilet bowl to the point where like I have to use some very high grade cleaner.
Now, James, you've
break it
never had
down.
a buckshot spray from your ass where it tinks on the sides of the bowl.
Yeah, I don't believe that. You've never had exactly like a buckshot where it ricochets off the walls of the toilet and goes everywhere.
I absolutely have. I'm just saying that it doesn't really stick around like after that fact.
okay.
Like after that.
You don't have to hire a team to deal with it.
Yeah. I don't have to completely bleach and disinfect my bathroom after I take a shit.
When Kaya shits, it's like a paranormal event that constantly haunts the area.
If you look in Kaya's closet, he has a hazmat suit with a custom butt flap on it. He puts it on whenever he takes a shit.
Then I don't know what to tell you. I have bleach next to my toilet. Just a bottle.
Just a bucket of bleach.
Yeah, your bathroom must look like Walter White's meth lab.
I wish I could wear a hazmat suit. I hate that feeling of I'm gonna. You know how even when you take a solid, healthy shit, sometimes it'll land in the water just at the right angle where it plops up back against your balls.
Oh, of course.
I hate that.
Wait, the shit
When
does?
you have splatty diarrhea, it just goes everywhere up against your ass and balls. You get up off the seat, it's like underneath the seat. It's on the toilet lid. You go, how did it get there?
It's in your mouth, not your face.
Thankfully, you're rolling
It
around
hasn't
in
gotten
it.
to my mouth yet, but how does this happen? It just I don't get it.
It's everywhere but the bowl.
I'm waiting for the day where when you shit so hard it ricochets up and you do front flips off the toilet.
It explodes. The toilet combusts.
A high chemical reaction from you making mustard gas in your toilet bowl.
Holy shit.
It just ignites and you propel across the toilet like fucking Dave Chappelle in the slow-mo skit.
I get dizzy.
I'm excited for the days that I'm just happening by German newspapers and I see like an apartment building going up in flames.
I get self-conscious about that sort of stuff sometimes. I get worried because, like, you know, when you have that worry of what if something happened to me right now and I died? What would people find? Right? Like, oh my god, my browsing history. I didn't delete my browsing. If I died right now for whatever reason, some sort of like aneurysm, heart attack, whatever. Like my sister's gonna come into my house. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't bleach the toilet. My browsing history is open. Like my computer is unlocked. He's gonna find all of the sick shit. My fridge is full of booze. It worries you, you know. James, do you relate?
This is why you're here, James. I'm just going to ask you for relate to all this sick
all
shit.
these instances have been you kind of projecting and asking me if I relate.
Am I alone, James?
I'm normal, right? I'm a normal person, right, James?
I mean, I was gonna try to help out and try to like maybe relate a little bit with the shitting thing and say, you know, like
try to ease his woes and calm him down.
I was gonna try to say like sometimes I like would shit such a massive amount that like when I'm, you know, when I go to wipe, like sometimes I'll feel something and I'm not sure if I'm touching it, like if I'm touching the pile within the bowl, and that kind of that's a fear. That's a fear for me that sometimes I do touch it and I don't know what to do.
Meanwhile, Fire fucking wears it like a suit.
No, I don't.
He becomes the enemy.
Hang on. What these guys aren't telling you, James, is after every shit I take a full body shower. I decontaminate.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, now
I'm clean.
you
During the
relate?
shit, you don't want to come within the vicinity of my building. It's like, you know, the police have to like kind of cordon it off. But after the shit, you could eat off of my ass.
Okay. I'm right back in the boat of not being able to relate again. I tried to meet you in the middle, but...
Are you telling me they don't have to close down a city block every time you take a shit, James?
Yeah, James, that's a good question. How many people died during your last shit?
It's a national holiday.
I'm gonna be late from work, honey. I'm sorry they closed down the I-4 again. Kaya's shitting.
I don't know what to tell you. It's just this. I don't know how this is not a bigger part of other people's lives is when they take a shit.
Your whole day revolves around you eating and shitting. Like, it's the bare necessities.
Kaya, you have to remember most people don't eat 2 whole pizzas and drink as much before every shit.
Okay, that's fair, but neither do I. It's not like I eat 2 pizzas every single day. It's just that the act of shitting, like when you guys discriminate against me, No. James is gonna hear this one. James, these guys, we had on Ethan from H3, from the H3 podcast, and we were talking about shitting in public restrooms, and I told him I can't. I don't feel like myself if I shit publicly. I feel dirty. And these guys, they acted as though I was some sort of an alien come down to eradicate men. Yeah, he did. You guys acted like
I was on your side. I
abnormal.
can't shit in public.
Oh, really? I don't remember that.
I'm the public shitter. It was me. I discriminated
shit
against you. Hashtag me too. I'm sorry.
How
I mean,
can
I
you?
will if I have to, but I'd prefer not to.
I will if I have to as well, but have to in the same sense, like, yeah, I will eat my own child if you're holding a gun to my head. Like, I don't wanna. It's a last resort kind of horrible thing.
Are you saying like in general, like in public, or is it like, because I feel like it's very dependent on the bathroom itself, right? If the bathroom is kind of got good general upkeep and it's actually quite decent, sometimes
James,
there's
I'm talking about like airport toilets,
airport,
that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I feel like the airport
come on,
is
gross.
like probably one of the easier places to take a shit at because there's people going.
Oh, yeah.
because there's
So
people
busy.
going in and
There's
out, and there's traffic, and like everybody's doing it, so
Yeah,
it's easy
there's
to just
constant noise and movement, and
Okay, I feel like that's
Noise isn't
the
the problem here. I'm not shy of painting the walls there. I'm just bacteria. It's dirty. I don't want my dick touching the toilet bowl in a public toilet.
You're
That's
worried about your
disgusting.
nuke and like the cleanup and everything
and
else.
the fallout damage.
I'd like to know, like, with this entire situation that you have kind of on your hands, like each and every time, has there ever been a case where you've been completely debilitated, like for an entire day, like via just the act of shitting, like
Oh, you
preparing?
have no idea. You
Okay.
have no idea. I have so many tales. These boys have heard, like,
fort.
I was gonna say these boys have heard many tales of me. They've seen it firsthand. Like Charlie has knocked on the bathroom door of me being locked in the bathroom for 2 hours, asking if I'm okay. There have been many times, like most recently on a plane back when I was flying back from America. I was visiting these guys in Tampa, and I was flying back. That was probably the worst, James. Have you ever gotten cold sweats from pain?
From having to take a shit.
Yeah, from having to take a shit.
I feel like I can relate on a somewhat of a level here, but like I guess you're up in the air right now. So is that your predicament
what
right
happened
now?
was, I'm trying to make it really short because I could draw this out into a Tolkien level 3 novels and 4 movies kind of thing with the hobbits, but turns out I'm predisposed to having close calls. Well, yeah, like, I mean, I don't know. Charlie has witnessed me have a couple of close calls. He had to Tokyo drift me home one time from the movies so I wouldn't shit myself.
Yeah.
So, James, I'm flying back from America to Germany, which is I'm not sure, like a 12-hour flight, and then it's a
Pretty long
layover
flight, yeah.
with 1 hour flight. Yeah, it's like Tampa
And then also another like hour and a half through customs, right?
No, thankfully
something
it turns out
ridiculous.
you don't have to go through customs on your way out. That's the nice thing.
Okay.
So it's like Tampa to Frankfurt or Munich, I think, and then to Hamburg, which is where I live. So all throughout the 12-hour flight, it's kind of uncomfortable because I hadn't taken a dump in 2 days. But I'm like, I can tough it out, I can do it. And then I land, and I have that layover, and I wait. And then boarding time comes. And during boarding time, I feel it gurgling. It's like that time when, you put some water on the pot and it starts bubbling, it starts boiling. You know it's going to happen. But I feel like I can do it. I can tough it out. God created man in his image. I'm no animal. I can hold this in until I'm home, and I can evacuate my bowels like a dignified human being.
You control your sphincter, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting.
You were trained to not shit yourself. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm no baby. I'm not gonna soil my diapers.
You're not a little baby.
So I'm on the last plane, James, and turns out I was way wrong.
I love that this is like directed at me.
God isn't real.
It's like-
You became an atheist on that flight.
God has abandoned me. As I see the light, if you looked at me, you could see the light leave my eyes as I realized this is going downhill fast. I did not realize that we would be sitting on the runway for half an hour. Okay, the plane is driving, and I'm getting mad inside my head. I'm fucking losing it. I'm internally I have my Nintendo Switch in my hand, right? Because I was gonna play video games supposedly, but I can't concentrate on anything. At this point, I'm trying to behave like a human being because I'm scared that I'm shaking. And I'm cold sweating.
I would have been terrified.
They're gonna think you're convulsing in your chair.
Exactly.
Really?
I'm
Jesus.
I'm
You're
shaking,
gonna think he's a terrorist.
and I'm literally cold sweating because there's a sharp pain in my bowels. For those of you who might not fly as frequently, when the put on your seat belt thing, the light goes on, you just can't get up from your seat. The the stewardess.
Yeah, they won't let
they
you.
will rush to you. Yeah, they will argue with you, and if you have an attitude, they will throw you off the plane. You can't unbuckle your seatbelt and just go to the toilet and shit while you're on the runway. That's just a big social faux pas. So I'm sitting there, I'm trying to tough it out until I'm thinking, okay, it's just 5 more minutes until we take off and the light goes on and I can go to the toilet. No, it was 20 minutes or something. I'm shaking in my seat, literally trembling, and I'm scared that somebody's gonna think I'm high on some sort of a drug, like I was hiding heroin up my asshole in a condom and it burst, and now I'm super high or some shit.
I'm not convinced you
scared,
are.
like someone's gonna point his finger at me like, hey, that Mediterranean guy over there looked kind of shifty. What's wrong with him? Does he have a bomb on him? What's wrong with that guy? I'm just fucking nervous. I can't play my goddamn Switch. I don't even know what I'm holding is anymore. So finally, I undo my pants button to give my stomach a little more space.
I don't like where this story's going.
I feel like that was probably the thing that kind of kept everything in check, and you just
the last 2% of leeway that kept everything from going catastrophical. So I undo my button on my shorts, and I lean back as far as I can. I try to straighten out my body I'm doing anything I can while sitting down and trying to give my guts some sort of space. And finally, we take off.
Oh, I see. It's like when the nuclear physicists try to cool down the reactors by relieving the stress.
Yes.
What you were trying to do.
Yeah, Kaya's shit was pretty much Chernobyl. Yeah.
I'm just buying time. I'm haggling. Yeah, just, oh shit. It's a hostage negotiation. So finally the plane takes off. I can't concentrate on anything. I'm not feeling any sensation. Like when a plane takes off, you usually feel like you're being pressed back into your seat because of the G-forces. I don't feel anything besides a pain in my ass.
Kaya stood straight up in the middle of takeoff and screamed he was invincible.
I'm wiping the beads of sweat off my forehead. And finally, we're in the air. The seatbelt sign finally goes off. I know, okay, finally. I undo my seatbelt. I get up and I start kind of, speed walking to the bathroom, but I can't sprint, obviously, because I can't even walk properly. I forget that my button is unbuttoned. So my pants start kind of falling down. I have to hold my pants up like a 4-year-old who doesn't know how to tie his shoes and do his belt or something. I go into the bathroom and I think I took 20 minutes just shitting my heart out, James. It felt so good. I had these flashing images of World War II.
Wow.
It felt so good.
Do you have any war stories like that, James?
I know. I mean, what in your instance of doing that? Like, did you still have the same exact things that you have happen to you at home, where it gets caked on and all that stuff? Did that happen there on the plane too?
What'd you have to do?
So on the plane, at least on the Lufthansa flights, they have this Teflon toilets where I guess it's a non-stick.
the heavy duty ones.
It's a non-stick surface, and if you've ever used an airplane toilet, you'll know that there's no water that goes into the bowl. It just creates a massive suction when you press
it just sucks out.
Exactly, yes. So I think it was industrial strength. That's the kind of shit I need here at home, is where it just sucks it out, sucks my shit out with the strength of a black hole. And then I can stop worrying.
I love the idea that Lufthansa looked at their passenger list and saw Kaya was coming, so they upgraded their fleet to industrial toilets.
It's the major spring with aerospace grade Teflon.
They had little pep talks. All right, everyone, Kaya's going to be on this flight. If the fail-safes fail, you have to go in there manually. We cannot let him take down this bird.
They consult NASA. It's we had this problem on the Challenger.
Those pilots that you were super mad at for taking so long to get off were probably panicking just as much as you. We have to get in the air, boys. He's got a shit. Come on, Johnson, get this in the air.
Oh, I was
yelling at air traffic control to hurry up.
What if the biggest irony, Kaya, is they took so long taking off because they were putting the finishing touches on screwing that toilet in place?
They shouldn't have.
They had to prep for that flight.
It was horrible. It should have been against the Geneva Convention not to have a potty under every seat. Fuck the goddamn floating vest or whatever it is in case your plane goes down. I need a bedpan. But I managed to hold it in until we took off, and after that it was smooth sailing. After I got out of the toilet, a couple of people looked at me, probably because I took like 25 minutes, which is like half the flight, literally. But I sat down, I played some Legend of Zelda, and I was fine. You know?
Wow.
I didn't...
A happy
when I
ending.
say I was fine, obviously there was the whole... I denied my God. I lost my faith. I'm not the same as I was before because all of those airport germs touched my wiener. So I can't touch it from now on. I have to go home and take a really hot, scalding hot shower.
So you also overcame like a fear there, right? Because I mean, the public kind of thing. Like you even did that as well.
Yes, James. Thank you. I was brave. I was brave.
That's what he was asking for.
Bravery.
Kai is asking for a medal.
Can we? Okay, so I told Jackson before the show. I don't know if I can tell that story yet because I tried to collect my thoughts on it, and this feeling of just, I don't know, sadness overcame me, and I don't know if this is what they call trauma. But can we? Bless you.
Thank you.
Can we start with like a different topic, Jackson, with maybe your Taliban, while
Are
I
you
gather
that
the
sad?
courage to
Are you
speak up
that
about my
hurt?
truth? Yes.
What
I was in the
happened?
most pain I'd ever been.
Really? Jeez.
Okay,
All right.
fine. So, God, that whole day was such a fucking nightmare. It started with a real nightmare, by the way. So I was dreaming about being stuck in a catacomb labyrinth, knees deep in water or something. Then one of in our group turned out to be a CIA agent, who then quickly ran to the exit and like buried us alive. And I was like screaming, and I woke up, and I was all sweaty and shit. So I'm up now at 4 fucking a.m. I don't know what to do. I'm bored. So I'm spending time at the computer. After a while, suddenly I have to take a shit, right? So I go to the bathroom. And I can't. I had to take such a bad shit, but I couldn't. I think I was constipated. But I could feel... So you guys know how your ass is very, very accurate and how it feels, like the tactile... You can kind of suss out
mine
what's at
talks
the
to
end of
me,
it.
Yeah, it's very in touch with its feelings for sure.
Mm-hmm. I could feel that there was one fucking nugget just stuck like a cork that was holding back an avalanche of shits, but I just couldn't push past it, and it got really, really fucking bad. Like, it's so bad that I started to convulse in cramps. So this was around like 5 a.m., I want to say? Probably. So I'm on and off the toilet. I can't take a shit. The pain is getting worse and worse. I'm starting to sweat. It's a cold day, by the way. I'm starting to sweat. I sit down on the toilet. I can't shit. I can't do anything. So now I'm deliberating, like, what do I do? Like, it hurts a lot. Do I put a finger in my ass and, like, rummage around, try to blend it up and pull the nugget out? Like, what do I do? I genuinely don't know what to do. I'm extremely desperate. So I'm now... You know how when you really, really, really have to shit, you start getting those cold sweats and pain?
Yeah.
That started happening. So
Mm-hmm.
I started getting these cold sweats. And I started shaking, like pushing. But at the same time, I was in so much pain. I started pushing and pushing, but I was in so much pain that I could no longer do it because I was getting dizzy and sick. I was actually getting... Yeah, I was getting woozy. I genuinely thought I was about to pass out on the toilet, but at the same time, it felt like my guts were about to explode, right? So
Just
I
from
don't
this
know what to
one
do.
little nugget.
From that one fucking nugget. At the time, I thought so. Anyway, so the pain is extremely bad now. Oh, but people are saying in the chat prolapse. Yeah, that was another fear. Like, I'm pushing so fucking hard. Like, either I'm gonna get a prolapse or my stomach is about to burst and I'm gonna leak shit into my own abdomen.
Yeah, like
So I
that's what
decided-
my theory was going to be. Like, you were going to shit out your own arsehole. Like, that little nugget that you felt inside was your actual arsehole, and you were just pushing that out.
By that
I
time,
had
I would have
never
taken a
felt
break, fucking
so
get
awful.
up, walk around.
I couldn't. I
He
couldn't.
couldn't- yeah, he
Okay,
said
so
he
that's the
couldn't, like,
thing.
move.
Oh, right.
Andrew, I couldn't get up. I don't know what it was about. I don't know fucking physiology or anything, but I could not walk for more than 2 seconds. It would
God.
be too painful. I would have to sit back down, and if I was gonna sit back down, I might as well sit back down on the toilet, right? So now I'm in such horrible pain. I'm thinking, it's like 6 a.m. now. This is going on for like an hour. I'm thinking, fuck. this is humiliating, but I'm gonna have to like get help, right? So,
oh man,
who the fuck do I call though? I don't fucking know.
Who do you
I don't
even
know
go
this
to
shit.
for that?
I don't. Right, so I call my older sister like for advice, like what do I do?
Well, that's the wrong.
So I call
that's
her.
the wrong person.
No,
I would not
no, my
suggest
older
your
sister loves me, and she you know, she knows what to do. I figured, fuck it. Who's the closest to a mother figure here to ask for help? I'm almost like delirious at this point. So I call her at like 6 a.m. in 10 minutes. No answer because it's 6 fucking a.m. I call her again 5 minutes later, and I call her again 5 minutes later after that. She finally picks up, and in my complete humiliation, I'm like, I'm in pain. I need help. She's like rubbing her eyes, presumably getting like the night's crust out of her eyes. Like, what's going on, Kaya? And I'm like, I think I'm constipated. I don't know. I can barely speak. So we talk, and she explains to me, well, you know, usually like I could come over, we could drive you to a doctor or something, but it's like 6 a.m., right? So, and if you're telling me that you can't even get up, like, I might have to call you an ambulance. Now, before I continue with the story, I want to make clear, I do not abuse the medical system, okay? I pay what I believe to be more than my fair share in taxes and health insurance, right? And I go to the doctor like maybe once a year, if that. I hate doctors, nothing personal, but at that point I'm feeling immense shame, like, they're gonna send an ambulance because I can't shit. And then it got even worse because my sister asked, Kaya, do you think you can open the door for them? Are you able to? So now I'm like face palming and I'm slinking into my own lap thinking, oh no, they're gonna have to like kick down my door and carry me on a stretcher. Like people are gonna think I committed suicide or something when like I just don't want to shit myself. And again, this is so embarrassing for me, but
well, you could have like got
was
ahead of it while they were taking you out on the stretcher. You should have been like, I just need to shit. I've just got to shit. It's okay.
Yeah, you could have just been letting everyone know, like giving a thumbs up, like when a football player gets carried off the field.
Oh, I didn't lie. I didn't lie about anything. I said from the beginning, I'm constipated, right? Mm-hmm. At least that's what I thought at the time, which I still think was the case. But again, I was in so much pain. I had never in my life been in that much pain. To my recollection, in 30 years, that was the worst I had ever been in. Oh, dude. I don't know. I can't describe pain to you, really. Just it was below my belly button, and it was just awful. I've never broken a bone or anything. I was never in a car accident. I don't know. I've never had that pain.
Jackson,
you know
the pain when you really got to take a shit? It was like that.
Yeah.
Times 100. Because
it sounds worse, yeah. It sounds
well,
like
because I couldn't.
Life-changing.
And because of that, like at this point, my belly is like protruding, and I feel like, oh, okay, you know, I either have to just bite the bullet and do it, or I might actually burst something. I don't want to die just because I was stubborn, right? So I tell her, fine, fuck it, call the ambulance. So I struggle 10 more minutes, the door rings, right? I managed to get up and waddle to the door. Again, I feel like I'm about to shit myself.
Did you pull your pants up, or was this like full trouser down waddle?
It's an actual waddle.
I managed to put on shirts and boxers. And the shorts. So I'm standing there. I'm sweating. I open the door. I'm sweating. Sweat is literally dripping down my brow. They're looking at me. So it's a woman, EMT, and a man. They're looking at me. What seems to be the problem, sir? And I go, I'm constipated. With complete shame in my voice. I say, I'm in pain. I don't know what to do. I'm about to pass out. And they said, well, grab your mask. Let's go. And they asked, can you walk down the stairs? I said, I'll try. So I waddle into the fucking...
They have to carry you down the stairs like a piggyback.
Oh, well, that's the thing. I couldn't even straighten up. Like, even if they put me in a stretcher, I couldn't lie down. I had to be hunched over, otherwise it was just too painful. So at that point, my sister is also... She arrives because she's super worried about me. She wants to be there. I told her she doesn't have to come to the hospital with me, but so they put me in the ambulance. I sit down. The lady asks me, are you usually this pale? And I don't understand what she asked me because I'm delirious, right? So she asks my sister, is he usually this pale? And she goes, well, he's usually, you know, on the lighter side, but I've never seen him this pale. I've also never ever seen him complain about pain in my whole life. So I'm sitting there thinking, yeah, a small piece of my manhood has been preserved. My man cred.
I'm so fucking cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, at least she knows that I wouldn't whine about nothing.
Did she also follow up with like, and I've accidentally seen his dick and it was huge?
No,
Yeah.
thankfully.
Yeah.
My dick at the time was shriveling from the pain, by the way. There was nothing to say.
I know his dick is small now, sir, but normally it's huge. Yeah.
Cool system.
Anyway, so they close the ambulance door. They put all that stuff around my arm to measure my blood pressure and shit. And then my heartbeat is at like 130 at this point. We start driving, and it was the longest fucking drive of my life, obviously.
They're gonna need to do an extraction, right? They're actually gonna need to climb up in there and get it out.
Well, let them finish the
That's what
story.
Yeah, I am. I'm
on
the edge of my seat.
He's got to tell us about the hamster that crawled in there while he was sleeping. Yeah.
Near accident. So we're driving. I turn to the lady who's sitting next to me, completely dispassionate, by the way. She genuinely doesn't give a shit. And at this point, I'm in so much pain, I'm like in and out of it. I like moaning lightly. And I realized I'm really, really parched. Like I'm dehydrated. I'm thirsty. And I turn to her, I ask, can I have water? And she just looks at me with those cold, blue, Aryan eyes and said, no. So I get, okay. Fuck. Meanwhile, by the way, I still have my mask on, so I'm like reventilating my own fumes. I can barely breathe. And then the last half of the drive was a cobblestone road, which was quite a challenge on me and my asshole. So I'm getting shaken around. It starts hurting like mad. We finally arrive, and I think, okay, salvation is near, right? No. They take me out. We waddle through the emergency door. They say, wait here. They bring me one of those wheelchairs, and they say, sit down, sir. And then I just fucking sit there for like 5 minutes while they do paperwork, while I'm hunched over, fucking convulsing. And then finally, one of the nurses came and she grabbed the chair and started like rolling me. And I thought, finally, I'm gonna get help. Like, give me something, help. But no, they wheeled me to another section to fill out paperwork. And so I'm sitting there, I'm literally shaking, like sweating. I'm like, I'm fucking miserable. I'm suffering. She's like, so who's your emergency contact? And what's her phone number? It's 62 or 61. Oh, okay.
You were lucid enough to respond to these questions?
Barely. I was like, what? I don't know. At some point, I just handed her my phone to look at phone numbers.
Your sister went with you, right?
No, she didn't, because I told her not to, which I now realize was a fucking mistake.
Yeah, you could have had her go and filled all this out. Yeah.
Yeah, I realized that, but
what happens in actual emergency situation? Well, not that this wasn't an emergency situation, but like surely they can't do that to everyone.
So I remember one time a while back, like 2016, I thought I was having a heart attack because my chest was just on fire. I couldn't breathe. So Tiana rushed me to the emergency room. I ended up sitting in the waiting room for 6 hours, and then it just went away on its own. So I don't know what they do in the emergency situation. They probably just let people die, or so that would be my.
It sounds like whatever they were doing worked for you.
It's not even as if they were like packed or anything. The emergency room was barren. It was empty. There was like I've seen maybe 2 other patients that day. So anyway, I finally fucking. I think she realized that I wasn't capable of like consenting to shit. Right? Because she had said that I need to sign something, but then she didn't make me sign anything. She just started rolling me into one of the rooms there. So now I'm finally on, not a stretcher, but whatever it's called, like one of those little beds. I can't lie down, but okay, 2 nurses come in, and finally I get some, like, attention, right? They put a little blanket on me, like that's gonna fucking help. They finally put a fucking needle in me, and they say, okay, we're gonna give you painkillers, and we're gonna give you something for the nausea. I don't know if I thanked them or anything. And then it was just a fucking blur, right? It was a blur. I'm in pain. They left the room. They said, we'll be right back. I'm in so much fucking pain that, again, I can't lie down. I had to sit up. But if I sit up, I feel like I'm about to vomit. and they give you a little pouch to vomit into if you have to. So the painkiller isn't doing shit. I don't know if they gave me a fucking placebo. I don't know if they thought I was drug seeking or some shit. If they didn't believe me. By the way, they do all this whole shit. I never knew this, but when you are dealing with these people, every single one of them will ask you the exact same questions like 10 fucking times. So what was the last meal you had? Do you have any allergies? Have you used any drugs? Any alcohol? Any amphetamines? Like, no. I just have to take a massive shit. Like, I can't take a shit. I'm not lying about anything. I'm just in pain.
I can see why some of those questions would be relevant, especially
it's
with
not only
they are.
It's not only to make sure you're
but-
not lying. It's also to make sure they have the right patient and they're not screwing anything up. Because if you go to a hospital and you need one specific medication, they don't want to give you a different one because they didn't ask the right questions over and over.
I know, it's just annoying because that day I dealt with maybe 12 nurses, all in all, and like 2 doctors, and all of them like, do you have any allergies? Like, ask her next door man there. She's standing right next to you. She asked me the same thing. So ask her. No, I don't do amphetamines or weed. For fuck's sake. I'm not drunk. No, I didn't have an accident. Just help. Dig it out of me or something. Anyway, they leave the room, so now I'm delirious. I don't know what the time is at this point, right? I have no idea how long it's been. It could be 8 a.m., 9 a.m. I get up to get a glass of water, because at this point still no one has given me a fucking glass of water, and there's a sink in the room, and there's plastic cups, so I'm just hell-bent. I need water. So I get up, and you guys, I'll be honest to God, I was wearing brown shorts, right? I start leaking
Thank
shit.
God.
I start leaking shit. What? I think the liquid shit started pressing its way around the nuggets. And so it started dribbling out of me. And so I went, oh fuck. And so I start walking out of the room in order to seek a bathroom. And it continues leaking. And I think this is it. That's curtains. Like that's your comeuppance, Kaya. This is what you get. Like you just spent 5 years on the internet shit talking people. This is what you get. You're about to shit yourself in public in front of a bunch of young women nurses. That's what you fucking get. And that's what you deserve, right?
Shit leaking out of your pants in a hallway.
Yeah,
just the way he expected to go.
Yeah.
I'm waddling, I'm delirious, I feel sick, I'm woozy, I'm disoriented, and I'm holding the, whatever it's called, the thing where they hang the bags, the banana bag
IV?
on it, that little, yeah, whatever they hang the IV on, that little coat hanger. I'm carrying it in one hand, like dragging it with me, just stumbling, looking for a toilet, and one of the nurses, she, I guess, recognized that I'm like out of place and lost. She was like, what are you doing? I said, a toilet? Trying to hold the shit in, right? So she shows me a toilet, which thankfully was at a somewhat isolated section of the hospital. So I go in, I sit down, I push, and I don't know if it was all the movements up until this point or the cobblestone, but that nugget finally gave. And it exploded out of me, splashing down and splashing all the fucking water up against my balls too. And I don't know why this happens. This happened once before, but when I take these emergency shits, finally, I have like World War II footage flash in front of my eyes. I don't know what it is, but I'm blasting this shit out, and then at split seconds, I'm seeing like howitzers firing. But all of a sudden, I'm shaking still, but all of a sudden, the relief that washed over me, you guys, I found salvation. I felt so fucking good, and I had to shit so fucking much too. I just sat there for 10 minutes, just contemplating.
How scared were you going into that toilet, though? Like, I would have been terrified being that constipated, going to that toilet for that one final last push. It probably, like, the odds are that it would have killed you otherwise. Either that shit's coming out or it's killing you, basically.
Well, no place to have your bowels ruptured than a hospital, I guess, right? I mean, if it's going to happen, true. I'd rather be in the hospital to have that emergency than in my own bathroom. But then again, how would I even call for help? Like, if I pass out with like shit bubbling out of my mouth, how do I even call for help?
They're not going to find you for another 3 days, probably, with all the paperwork they're doing.
Right. So I shit, and after a few minutes of just trying to gather myself and slowly regaining my consciousness, I look to my side to see the toilet paper, and of course it's fucking single ply. Of course.
No. Yeah. Ouch. Yeah.
Oh, fucking
That's where your
course. Like,
taxpayers' money is going. Christ.
I have shit water all over my ass and balls, and there's just so much shit to clean. On the bright side, though, I didn't leak any shit into my underwear. Like, I checked. Whatever I leaked must have been not a lot, thankfully. Like, I did not shart.
It might have been like clear fluid or something.
Yeah,
I
mucusy
don't know.
maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows? Anyway, I wipe, finally. I had to flush like 3 or 4 times. I wipe, and I wash my hands with the alcohol solution shit. I waddle back into the, whatever you call the patient room, I guess. I lie back down. At this point, nobody knows, right? That I've just been freed of my affliction. So now I'm thinking, how am I going to explain to these people that I just took a joyride to the hospital to take a shit?
That is a good question. At that point, you have to pretend to still be injured.
Yeah. How do I explain to them that I was in genuine fear for my health, but it turned out to be just a poop? It was. I'm thoroughly embarrassed, so I decided I should, like, okay, I'm not gonna tell them that I feel way better now. I'm gonna tell them I feel a little better now, but like, and to be fair, I did still feel really, really sick. So the nurse, not the nurse, sorry. Now the doctor comes in the room. And she's like, she looks younger than I am, and she looks, you know, kind of cute. So now I'm extra embarrassed. She tells me to lie down. She was gonna do what is it called? The ultrasonic thing where they rub lotion on your belly. Ultrasound, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So she's gonna do that, and she starts doing small talk, and I'm like, oh no, I see where this is going. She's like, what do you do for a living? I go, oh no. Because I hate being that douche. Like, I have a podcast. I'm a podcaster. Like, oh no, don't make me say it. So
she's ultrasounding your stomach for shit.
While she's literally like pushing the ultrasound thing down into my groin to check my prostate. He's like, so what do you do? I go, I work on the internet, which is my go-to like furtive, you know, escape from it. She says, well, what do you do exactly? So I go, damn it. I have a show on the internet. She goes, oh, that's fascinating. What's it about? Well, funny you should ask. It's actually about just this sort of shit. And then the worst.
I'm here doing research for my next story on the show.
I'm a method actor. So, and then came the worst question, you guys. She asked me what my show is called.
Oh, so she could be listening right now.
Oh, for a moment, I thought maybe I should throw another show under the bus. Just tell her I'm on the Misfits or something. Fuck them.
Oh, the H3 podcast, yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't do it. I couldn't lie for some reason. So I said the official podcast.
You actually told her?
So she might be listening, yeah.
Oh, man.
That'd be so sweet if she was. Imagine she's listening right now with a smile on her face.
Knowing that she saved a young man's life and he went on to continue podcasting.
I hope she's not offended if I'm getting minor details wrong. Again, I was very delirious. She does the, you know, she scans my tummy and asks me
now she knows that you find her cute.
Oh God!
Budding romance.
Ooh. Quick, Kaya, cut to an ad so that you can distract yourself from that embarrassment.
What ad would that be?
Oh, don't worry, I'll do
Actually, I might need. Sorry, I shut the bed on that one.
Yeah, you don't shit the bed, and don't shit this bed because it's a Helix bed, a Helix mattress, if you will. And let me tell you something: it is one of the most comfortable and high-quality mattresses I have ever slept on. A lot of you out there listening probably fall asleep to this podcast, and I know that's true because a lot of people tell me that they do. First of all, rude. We're talking. But second of all, I hope that when you're falling asleep, it is on a Helix mattress. It is, in fact, a mattress that you can get by taking a quiz. I know a lot of you don't like quizzes, but let me tell you something about this quiz. It takes just 2 minutes to complete, and its questions are to match your body type and sleep preferences to your perfect mattress. I mean, if you're looking for a mattress and you take that quiz, well, then you can order it, and it will be shipped to your door for free. You'll never need to go to a mattress store again. You don't even need to listen to me. You can plug your ears during this part and go blah, 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 because you can read the fact that Helix was voted #1 best overall mattress by GQ and Wired magazine.
All you have to do now is go to helixsleep.com/official, take that 2-minute quiz, and match yourself to the customized mattress that will give you the best sleep of your life. Helix is offering up to $200 off of all mattress orders and 2 free pillows by going to helixsleep.com/official. If you have to go to the hospital because you've got to really poop real bad, you might want to sleep that experience off on a Helix mattress, getting $200 off and 2 free pillows at helixsleep.com/official.
Thank you, Helix.
Nice.
Go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt, but I had to, you know.
Where was I? No hard feelings.
We were talking about
anyway,
cute
she leaves the
doctor.
room.
Yeah.
So I mean, at this point, it's like over. I can tell, but I felt another shit coming right again, and I'm like,
Oh my
God damn
God.
it! Like, will this day never end? I'm suffered enough. I've been in so much pain for hours. I get up again. I waddle towards the toilet, and then one of the I think she was the janitor. I don't think she was a nurse. She comes at me very aggressively, but like, you know that like motherly aggressiveness, like, what do you think you're doing, young man? That sort of like, where are you going? Are you going home? I went, no, I was just looking for the toilet. Well, then just ask. We can't have you walking around, you know, aimlessly, because then everybody will start walking around. I'm like, okay, I just want to take a shit. And the reason is I knew where the toilet is because I was already on that toilet. I've been there. But when I went to go there, I noticed that now the room was full where the toilet was, and I didn't want to loudly shit because I'm a very like, I get easily embarrassed. I don't like shitting loudly if other people might be listening. And I saw that they just had this old this old man in a hospital bed, hospitalized. I don't know if it was COVID or what, but I just couldn't square that with myself. Like, I don't want that man dying, like, listening to my shitting. That's just inhumane. That's cruel and unusual. But yeah, janitor lady dragged me to that toilet again. I went in, slowly dribbled some more shit nuggets out like a rabbit, wiped again for about 5 minutes because it's fucking single ply. Jesus Christ, is this?
Don't they
I pay so much in health insurance.
You should have stole one of the hospital towels and taken that
Don't
in
they
there.
have showers, Jackson? It's a hospital, not like a resort.
Our hospitals have showers.
Well, of course there's like showers, but you can't just leisurely go take a shower at the hospital.
If you're a patient,
if they're a nice hospital.
Yes,
What?
but it's like, but Jackson, it wasn't
To go
like an
wash his
emergency. Yeah, what am I gonna tell them? Like, hey, you guys, I don't feel comfortable. I'm kind of like a germaphobe. Can I wash the shit out of the wrinkles of my ballsack?
Can I shit in your shower and stop it down the drain? It's the only way I can go.
So I waddle yet again back to the room after I take my shit. I lie back down, and the shaking thankfully has stopped. I feel way more comfortable now. Now the doctor comes back, and she brought back up an older doctor lady, like the boss doctor lady, and I realize, oh, this is one of those teaching hospitals, isn't it? Oh, fuck, come on. Like, she starts ultrasounding me again because she said, okay, I'm gonna do it myself. I want to take a look myself. And then she starts a fucking lesson. Like, I'm just a teaching subject. Like, she's going over my prostate and my lower abdomen and shit. And she's like teaching the younger one, like, oh, so you see here, you see the cross section. And when you press this button, you get a layer down on the abdominal lining. And here's how you really do it. And then you have to click this button in this order to perform the operation. Like, I'm right here. Can we hurry this up? The shit has left the bowel. You're ultrasounding for a baby that's been aborted. Let me go. At this point, I just want to leave, right? So I'm thinking, how can I tell them I'm fine now? I want to leave, and I want this fucking needle out of my arm, too, because I'm pretty sure it's making me dizzy. Your fucking pain medication. I don't need it anymore.
They're not treating you, though. They're not doing that. They're not actively giving you any treatment.
They haven't done anything. They have
They're
not
just
done a
treating you like an
fucking
experiment.
thing. Besides giving me pain medication, I guess, thank you, but even then, that didn't really help. I was still in pain. The only thing that relieved it was, the fucking oh, I completely forgot, like, a major part of the story. They treated me like I was detoxing on alcohol, by the way. So one of those questions that they constantly kept asking is, just like, do you have allergies? They kept asking, when was your last drink? How often do you drink? Have you ever felt the need to drink in the morning? I was like, yeah, right now. Like, I'm popping champagne when I get home. Are you fucking kidding me? But So I asked the younger doctor, I said, how come they keep asking me that? And she said, well, so you're shaking and you're cold sweating. Usually that's a symptom of somebody who has a severe alcohol dependency. And when you go for a few hours without alcohol, you detox like that. That's what it looks like. You shake a lot and you cold sweat. And I went, oh, that's why they all keep asking. And I don't know why I didn't have the thought of mind to say it at the time, probably because I was still delirious. But like, I don't know, doctor lady, if you're listening now, like, did you not notice that the shaking and sweating immediately stopped once I came out of the toilet? I don't think that's how detoxing works. To be fair, I'm not a doctor. What do you think happens?
You
do you think I stole some rubbing?
They probably thought you
I don't
were
know,
shooting up in the bathroom.
Yeah, did I steal like rubbing alcohol and a syringe and shoot myself up in the bathroom?
And chugged it in the bathroom.
No, I was thinking, okay, fair enough. I guess that is what detoxing from drugs looks like. But like, it stopped. I was fine. I was lucid after I took that shit. I was like, can you please stop judging me? And they say that too, by the way. We're not here to judge you. And you can just read it off their face what a bunch of horseshit that is there. You are absolutely judging me. Shut the hell up. In all due respects, ma'am, you are judging me. Like, I can feel it.
They see like 100 patients every hour. Even if they were judging you, it's like it's so insignificant.
Yeah, they probably forget about it almost instantly.
Not to mention, I would assume that when like people with my symptoms come in, 9 out of 10 of them probably are detoxing from fucking heroin or something. So fair enough. Yeah. I don't judge them for that. It's just like, you know, whatever. At the time, I guess I was a little pissed off at that because I was genuinely I was awful. My stomach felt awful. Anyway, now we've moved on to the stage of I want to go home. I'm telling them I want to go home. They're telling me I need to fill out paperwork. They're giving me... The nurse came in, the one from the reception, who didn't make me sign anything. She came back because I guess she realized now it's okay. She's like making me sign this paperwork that says they may operate on me and they may physically help me, like after they've already fucking shoved needles into me. And then this is very cute about socialized healthcare, by the way. She made me sign a page that said that if I was to be hospitalized overnight, I would have to pay a €10 overnight fee. Like, that's cute.
Like, whatever.
How unfortunate.
Holy fuck. Bro, the difference in the... Oh my god. When I stayed at the hospital for 3 days, it cost $180,000 just to stay overnight for 3 days.
What? Holy shit.
$180,000.
Did you have to pay that, or...
It came from insurance, but we had to pay some of that, of course. Yeah. It was when I had the lung thing back in high school. So I was hospitalized for 3 days one of those times. It happened 3 times, but the one of the times I had 3 days there, $180,000 just for the stay, just for the room.
And they didn't even have showers?
No. No, I mean, they had showers on the premises, of course, but I couldn't... Jackson, it's not like it's like a fucking summer camp where I can just go take a shower when I want to. It needed to be like expressly permitted.
The hospitals I've been to have like showers in every room.
Excuse me, where's the rec room? Well, okay, well, Jackson, you're thinking about a longer stay hospital. What I was in was an emergency room, like literally. Yeah, that's fair, I guess. So the thing is about socialized healthcare, it's not as useful for somebody like me because at the end of the day, I pay a shit ton every month, right? It's not like it's free for me. But I do like, obviously, that, you know, somebody who's not as well off, somebody who's unlucky and maybe poor, you know, even if she doesn't have insurance, she can still go to the emergency room to take a shit, I guess, and all she has to pay is $10 because it's subsidized by most other people. So I get that. That's nice. But anyway, I'm trying to get the fuck out of here. But they're babbling me. They're just talking at me and talking and telling me that I need to wait a little more and I need to sign more stuff. I'm like, damn it. And I have no reception, by the way, because I realized that day I had forgotten to renew my data, whatever it's called, to fill up my data quota, I guess, on my phone. So I can't even browse on my phone or anything. A nurse finally comes in. She's like, yeah, you can go home. We just need you to sign some stuff. And she leaves, and I'm waiting to sign some stuff. Another nurse comes in, and she says, apparently she was unaware of what the other nurse had said. She says, you can go home. I took that excuse, you guys. I just walked out. I didn't sign shit. I didn't tell anybody. I just walked out. I grabbed a cab, and I went home. So, you guys think the story ends there, don't you?
I thought, was there like a shit goblin waiting at your house again or something to like inject shit in your butthole?
Did the shit come to life and like jump out of your toilet to attack you then?
5 years of comeuppance just went, not even 5, just like 30 years of me crawling on this earth like as a demon baby, I guess, have come back to haunt me that day. I come back home, and I guess I actually had a stomach bug or something that caused this, because I had to shit throughout the day. And it was never anything of substance. It was like sharts. But I would have to run to the toilet like literally every 20 minutes. I think I shat like 80 times that day. And my asshole started getting so sore that I would like again start shaking from the pain, just wiping this time. It was so much pain.
God damn.
And that
does sound like alcohol detoxing.
So
yeah, classic symptoms.
Yeah, busted asshole. So it's now nighttime, and I found the only thing that started helping a little bit was putting a hot water bottle against my lower stomach.
Sorry, Kaya, continue.
I'm sorry, I didn't know the story would take so long.
No, it's fine.
I think this is the first time that a story has taken up the entire episode.
The first time in a long time. When we were first getting to know each other, we had all of these.
If this story takes the entire episode, I will consider this a good episode. Keep going.
Thanks. I'm glad my suffering created content. That was my only, I sought solace in the fact that, well, at least this is gonna be funny. As I was saying, though, I was taking a shit like every 20 minutes. I couldn't lie down. I couldn't sleep, right? Because how can I sleep when every 20 minutes I'm, like, woken up by almost shitting myself? Eventually I figured out that heat kind of worked to make me feel a little better. So I made a heated hot water bottle. I grabbed my heated blanket. I turned up the radiator, and I swear I turned my bedroom into like a makeshift sauna. And I was finally able to like sleep for 1 or 2 hour segments. I still had to shit in between, but it wasn't every 20 minutes anymore. So that was that. Yeah, and I woke up the next morning and I finally felt a little better. My asshole was still very sore.
So
still is a little bit.
Let me ask you this
now.
In total sincerity. Do you think that you have a medical condition or physiological problem? Because your shits have been painful in the past and they take forever. And like
No,
you
I
also
don't think
say
in
that
the-
they're impossible to clean and everything.
No, they're not impossible to clean. They're just kind of tedious. Well, maybe. I don't know. The difference is, though, in the past, it was because I was just stubborn, right? I was, like, out and about at the airport traveling, and I just refused to take a shit. That was the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I was holding it in voluntarily. That's why I had to cope
Yeah, I
with the
did that
pain
too.
in the past. This was different. I was at the home. I was completely willing to take a shit right then and there, but I couldn't. This was the first time in my life I was constipated, and I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. That was horrible. And like I said, it was genuinely the worst pain I had been in my whole life, and I was in it for hours. And it did kind of change my outlook on life, because it really drove home just how fragile our bodies are, I guess. And I'm like getting old, and this is not sustainable. You guys know that feeling, though, when you're like really sick and all of a sudden the only thing that you value in life is like, I just want to be healthy again. I want to feel like I felt yesterday. I didn't know what I had.
Yeah.
Right? It drove that home like nothing else in my life, that whole ordeal. So I'm going to be healthier now. No more hard liquor, no more pizza on weekdays. I'm going to try to take better care of myself, I suppose.
Nice.
How long do you think you're going to actually stick to that?
Oh, Jackson, I don't know. All I can tell you is that I will give it my earnest try, because I've been scared straight.
That's so now I really want to hear Kaya's shit song.
Please.
Okie dokie. Let me turn off the
Well,
goofy
let's
music.
give a little bit of preamble to this. So when I first reached out to Tyler to guest appear on this show, I asked him if he would be so kind to come prepared with a song for us.
You gave him
'Cause I really
homework to
love-
do? That's crazy.
Yeah, I really love Tyler's music. It's great.
I think
He's
Jackson
a
literally
creative
just said-
genius.
Kaya, he made a song for you. And I thought, do I know this person? Am I being called out? I was so confused.
No, he said, here's what you should write a song about. Here's a story about Kaya pooping. He said, write a song about this.
This is very targeted. This is a few months ago, and I was amazed at how quickly Tyler came back with this song. Like, I don't know what your process is like, but you fucking slammed this out in like a day.
Well, it's a great story. I mean, when you have inspiration from Kaya's butt, you can do anything. You can do anything.
That's what we've always said too. Honestly,
It's our show
It's motivational.
Yes.
Yeah, so this song is about podcast fans might know the story. Probably it's one of our most famous stories at this point about how Kaya almost killed himself based off what do you call it? Constipation. He had a poop in his butt that just wouldn't come out, no matter how hard he pushed it. It sent him to hospital. So this is a song about that.
I feel like I'm gonna have bad karma now for making light of the situation. Like I feel like I'm gonna die now on a toilet. I'm gonna die.
If you can't make fun of me almost dying, then what's even the point? All right. All right, let me play this.
Woke up in the middle of the night, I was crying from the pain cause my stomach hurt bad. Woke up from a wet dream, I was on the beach in the Keys having sex with my dad. Tried to get that shit, but that shit backed up and this shit just won't come out. Now my butt hurts so bad, made me jump up high, made me scream and shout. So I went ahead and called my sister up. Told her, sister, I'm in trouble and I need your help. Yeah, I know I'm 31 years old, but I ain't got no girl, I ain't got no one else. Baby girl, it's just me and my hentai. Yes, Fab, that's the code that I live by. Call the cops for me, girl, while I sit by. Eyes on the driveway, I be waiting nearby. That's when the police had pulled up. Ambulance load me up in the back of the red truck. Paramedic asked me what's wrong, I'm like, oh fuck. I just got a whole bunch of shit stuck in my butt. Paramedic looking like shaking my damn head. Baby sister looking like he could have been dead. Mom and dad looking like that isn't my son. Girlfriend looking like I haven't got one. That was when she walked into the room. Girl, where you get eyes like that? Was it from your mama or your daddy, girl? I really like the way you smile like that. What you think about it just to me and you? Sorry if I stutter like that, but I get a little nervous when you come around me. I like a girl who gets me high like that. Baby girl, what you want from me? I can't get up cause the toilet paper gone. Baby girl, won't you come to me? I've been wanting this for the whole night long. Baby girl, what you want from me? I can't get up cause the toilet paper gone. Baby girl, won't you come to me? I've been wanting this for the whole night long.
That is
God,
amazing.
that was fire. That was
pretty good.
Fire.
That was insane.
That was pretty good.
Oh my God.
Have you heard it before, Jackson,
good.
or was this the premiere for you as well?
No, I heard it before. He wanted me to hear it when he first.
I wanted to make sure, like, it was like okay. I wanted to make sure Kaya wasn't gonna beat the shit out of me.
No, I love it.
Oh, yes.
I love it.
Okay, good. Yes.
It's actually probably one of the best pieces of, maybe the best, like, art for our show. I disavow the line about hentai, but the rest is amazing.
I just had to fuck around. I know I had to fuck around a little bit. I know. I had to fuck around a little
That's
bit.
okay.
Yeah.
So this is something I've talked about a lot. There are some wacky stories in the Bible, and maybe this is one you could shed a little light on because it's one I often quote when, I don't know why this happens so often, but when this topic gets brought up, I can't remember exactly where it was in the Bible, but I believe it was someone was tasked with collecting enough foreskin to like earn their daughter's marriage or something. What is that story? Yeah, can you tell us that story like accurately?
Yeah, so to understand at the time, so the story you're referring to takes place between David and Saul.
Okay, great. Now everyone knows when this is happening, right?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So for context, this was after the God's chosen people established their kingdom for the first time, which was Jerusalem. and Saul was the first king over it. So originally, God was like, Saul's my man. Saul's going to be the one to lead the people. But Saul, it says, gave his heart away to lustful wants. He started to chase women. He started to chase riches, and he wasn't being the man that God wanted him to be for king. So God looks to another man, and that man is a shepherd boy by the name of David. And he tells David, whenever Saul loses his throne, because he's inevitably going to do it, you're supposed to be king. So David befriends Saul's family, specifically Saul's son by the name of Jonathan, and Saul knows that David's supposed to be king, and David knows that David's supposed to be king. But they kind of have to exist in this weird space where every day Saul looks at the guy who's very kind and very gentle, but he knows is going to take his place one day. So Saul starts to resent him for it. So Saul starts giving David these ridiculous challenges. He's the first time David has a story in the Bible is when he sends him like a 12-year-old shepherd boy to fight the giant Goliath, right? And the 12-year-old wins.
Oh, hey, that's actually the part I know.
It all comes full circle.
Look at that.
Why do we all know that part, but not the foreskin collecting thing?
Well, you take a guess. There's no telling.
Well, is that the one you teach in your Sunday school? You're like, okay, the David Goliath, who cares? Let's talk about David and the foreskins, everybody.
David the foreskin collector.
Imagine if that myth was changed throughout history. We don't know David and Goliath. We know David and the foreskins, and that's just what perpetuates in our culture.
David's way less cool now. What the
fuck? David, Saul keeps giving David these ridiculous tasks, and at the time, circumcision was a practice exclusively seen by the Jewish people, by the people of Jerusalem. It was considered an act of cleanliness, so therefore anyone who was uncircumcised and still had their foreskin was an outsider. So at the time, I think it was the Philistines, Jerusalem was at war against. So Saul goes, hey, David, because at this point, Saul's just trying to get David killed. He thinks to himself, if I can get this boy killed, maybe I can stay king. So he said, and he actually, after this story, he tries to kill David twice. He straight up throws a spear at him, tries to murder him in the palace. But before he goes that far, he's like, hey, David, we're at war right now. I want you to go collect, I don't think it's 10,000, actually. I think it's 1,000. I want you to go collect 1,000 foreskins. Just like a completely over the top task. Like, how on earth is this child going to go slay 1,000 men and collect their foreskins? And the reason it was foreskins is because it was proof that he didn't just like kill his own men or steal them out of the graveyard. He would have to come to the enemy.
Oh,
makes
sense. That's actually super smart.
Yeah, so because then, like, how's he going to fake that, right? It has to come from the Philistines. So, and he also says, because, you know, it's weird if the king does that in public. If the king's just like, hey, you child, go kill 1,000 men. Instead, he says, if you go kill 1,000 men, you can have my daughter to wed. And, you know, his daughter was seen as like, you know, the princess of the kingdom, very beautiful. So everyone around's like, oh, this is a trial to prove his hand in marriage. But it's actually just so Saul can get David killed. So Saul sends young David out to do this. And the next day, David returns with a bag of 1,000 foreskins.
He killed 1,000 men in one day.
Killed 1,000 men, harvested their foreskins, and threw it on the king's lap. So Saul has to be like, oh.
So this is canon.
This is interesting because there's tons of like atheism channels that try to disprove Bible stories, but they don't ever recreate this one.
Yeah, I've never heard of this.
Can you get a child to kill 1,000 men and steal their foreskins within a day?
I've also never, like, in the stories, whenever you watch, like, a Disney property-made movie about David versus Goliath, David is always the good guy, you know, getting bullied by the fucking Goliath and whatnot. When I had no idea that David was a bloodthirsty foreskin harvester.
Whoa. He was forced to harvest these foreskins. He didn't want to.
To give you an idea of like how much David's reputation was known as that, shortly after that, Saul is walking through the temple, which is essentially the center of the city where they have their worship and all that. And Saul's mulling over in his head, like, how am I going to get rid of David? And he hears the songwriters in the temple sing a song that goes, Saul has slayed his thousands, but David has slain his 10,000s. And upon hearing that, Saul gets so mad he immediately tries to murder David.
Dude, I get it. That'd make me so pissed if I heard someone sing that in a church. Oh,
I totally understand why David would want to kill Saul. The other way around. Sorry, Saul would want to kill David. If I gave some guy an impossible task to collect 10,000 foreskins and he came back and made me look like an idiot the next day with 10,000 foreskins, I would want to kill that son of a bitch immediately.
It's even not only that. You're self-fulfilling the fucking prophecy, because if David's prophesied to be the king and you're saying, hey, I'm the king, marry my daughter, oops, you just fucked yourself over, big boy.
It also didn't help that every time one of these tasks would happen, David would stand up for Saul. So, like, as soon as that happened, he's like, Saul is such a wise king. He wanted to know that the man who married his daughter would be liable to lead his armies.
So this is literally the plot of an episode of, like, the Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon. Where he's like pretending to be nice.
What? Think about it. Why did you just relate that to Sonic? How?
So Saul is Eggman and David is Sonic, and Eggman's pretending to be nice. He's like, oh, Sonic, I'm a great guy. All I need you to do is go to Mobius and defeat 1,000 robots. Anyone can do it, and then you can have this power ring or whatever. And Sonic's like, man, maybe Eggman is a great guy. I didn't know you were such a cool dude.
Oh, right. I see it now.
It's like a Saturday morning cartoon plot. It doesn't have to be Sonic. It can be any Saturday morning cartoon. But it's like you have this comical villain who's pretending to be nice, and then the main character is like, wow, you're such a great guy. And it's just pissing him off more because he's trying to kill him.
A lot of people often compare the Bible to the works of Sonic, honestly.
Of course.
Of course. Chad is saying Sonic was collecting the Chaos foreskin.
It could fill any. You could fill it with any Saturday morning cartoon, though. It could be a plot of DuckTales. It could be fucking any cartoon. You take there's always that plot. There's always that trope where the villain's like, I'm a good guy now. Trust me. Here, why don't you help me? We're building an ice cream machine. And he's actually trying to build a bomb. And he's like, go to this village and ask them if they have this. It totally won't get you beaten up and killed. And then it actually works. That's like SpongeBob. It's like SpongeBob. Squidward, he'd be like, okay, SpongeBob, go down to the rusty bucket and ask anyone if they want to punch in the face. It's actually a greeting there. They like hearing that. And then SpongeBob.
All right, now to The Simpsons.
Oh God, Homer and Flanders. Hey Flanders, go on down to that biker club and ask if anyone there wants a deep hug. They love that. And then Flanders goes, and it turns out they're all religious and they all want a hug. Like that's a common cartoon plot. I'm not crazy. Happens all the time.
There was a bunch of like weird, wacky Scooby-Doo-esque plots that happened with David, especially when he was younger.
Did he have a talking dog? Oh wait, he did, didn't he? Or is that Davy and Goliath, right?
Yeah, he did not have a talking dog.
No, hang on. What was
a talking donkey in the Bible?
What was the Bible cartoon where he had a talking dog and he was like, I don't know, Davy?
They're talking about Donkey Ollie?
Because that was a donkey. What on earth are you talking about?
Yeah, I distinctly know what you're talking about, Andrew, but I don't think it's like ripped from the Bible or anything. I think it's just like
Davy and Goliath from the 1960s. It was a cartoon about King David, and he had a dog, and the dog would talk. And he was like,
doesn't mean it was from confusing. Yeah, stop confusing cartoons with the Bible.
This is my religion. This is my church.
My religion is the Bible exactly as is, but David had a talking dog.
And he didn't contribute anything. He just commented on everything.
Did the dog help with the foreskin collection?
You mentioned something
reminds me of the crab and the Little Mermaid.
Yeah, Davy and Goliath. It was made by the people who made Gumby. I remember this. I saw this on Cartoon Network as a kid. Yeah.
You mentioned a talking donkey. Is that actually in the Bible? Because I thought Donkey Ollie was
talking dog.
No. Jesus Christ, Andrew.
There is a talking donkey. The story of Balaam. Yeah.
I had no idea. I thought that was just like I forgot the guy's name. I think Jim Lion. I thought that was like a Jim Lion original. I didn't know that the talking donkey was a real thing in the Bible.
No, it happened once. So Balaam was so there were a bunch of other gods in the Old Testament. There was like, God, Jehovah, the Christian, Jewish God, what have you.
Wait, there's more than one God in the Bible?
They were referred to as gods. It's the lesser gods like Baal, Dagon, Moloch.
Dagon, isn't that Elder Scrolls?
Dagon is the fish god of the. It's not. I think it's the Canaanite people.
Okay. Wow.
There was the ox god, Baal. All these different groups of people that weren't like God's chosen people or Jehovah's people had these quote unquote gods that would provide them with supernatural powers. They would perform quote unquote miracles. Like one of the most famous examples in the Bible is whenever Moses goes to meet Pharaoh. Pharaoh's soothsayers come forward and turn these sticks into snakes because they're prophets of one of the lesser gods of Egypt. Now, it's in my opinion and most like biblical scholars that these are demons because every time one of the prophets of the Old Testament talks about them, they say that the demons or the followers of the wicked one, which is Satan, has convinced people that they are gods and performed magic in front of them and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so one of the warring tribes against God's people, at the time I think they were being led by Joshua. One of the warring people decides that since this people, God's people are so powerful, they're going to have one of their gods' prophets fight against them. So they go to a prophet of, it might have been Dagon actually, I forget which god he served, but they go to a prophet named Balaam, and they tell Balaam that he's to travel to the top of a mountain and deliver a curse on Jehovah's people. Which, or the true God's people, whatever. So Balaam is making his way to this mountaintop to curse them, and all of a sudden his donkey starts freaking out. It rears up, it shoots to the side, and he starts whipping it with a cane, making it walk back forward, and the donkey jumps up again. This happens 3 times, and after the 3rd time, the donkey runs over the mountainside and tries to get away. So Balaam chases it down, grabs a reed, and starts whipping it. And as he's whipping it, the donkey looks at him and says something to the effect of, "Why dost thou persecute me so?"
I like how eloquent he is.
He put on his monocle and said, "I do say, sir."
He wrangled the only donkey who went to college.
You brute.
Unhand me, you
Who's the animal here?
Who's the real animal?
Balaam is so worked up and mad that he responds like, what at thee, ye beast," without realizing the donkeys talk to him. And then he has a moment, he's like, "Wait, what?"
See, I don't know about this guy, but if I was back then and something like that happened, I would freak out and whip the donkey even harder to make it stop.
Just start screaming.
I might
and
run.
it.
Yeah. I'd be terrified. This thing, I would be absolutely terrified. I would think this thing needs to die because it's an affront to God. So I'd like kill it on the spot.
No, you fool. It's is this donkey not another god, maybe?
No, so it turns out what was happening is an angel was appearing before Balaam, but Balaam couldn't see it, but the donkey could.
So the donkey was talking to the angel?
As soon as he responds, as soon as the donkey responds, Balaam looks up and there's like a 20-foot angel standing in front of him. And the angel says something to the effect of, "How are ye so blind that the beast can see what you cannot?" It wasn't like the donkey speaking or like donkeys are smart enough to speak. It was the angel performing a miracle to try to wake Balaam up to doing what he's supposed to. But Balaam was so rage-filled that a donkey spoke and he didn't think anything of it. He was so like caught up in emotion. It was a miracle that
just the Dr. Doolittle moment. No big deal.
Yeah, he gave him a Dr. Doolittle moment.
So the angel,
that is the occasion of a donkey speaking in the Bible.
So the angel was probably like, "Balaam, you're not whipping hard enough. God's really embarrassed. Come on, man. Put your back into it."
If I was the donkey, I'd feel pretty used in this scenario, just to be used for
Jackson,
a moral lesson.
I have terrible news for you, but we use horses and donkeys pretty regularly.
Yeah.
Pretty used
for thousands of years.
It's pretty sad. Does this donkey have a happy ending of any kind, or do we not hear about it?
Yeah, he got his own animated TV show.
I'm sure he loves it.
He lives on
well, no. What if we mistranslated the Bible? What if when the donkey spoke, he said, "Hey kids, tune into Donkey Ollie, airing
Saturdays at 8 p.m.
Yeah, on the Angel Boat Network or whatever it was.
Boat Angel.
Was it Boat Angel?
Yeah,
maybe
it was Boat Angel. Have you seen that, by the way, Wendigoon? I feel like that might be something you'd be interested in. Maybe not for the podcast, but so it's called Donkey Ollie. I really think the guy's name behind it was Jim Line, but I might be mixing his name up with the guy who made Joshua and the Promised Land animation with like the lions and stuff, where he turned it into like a furry thing. But Donkey Ollie is this, I think it's 12 episode epic where Donkey Ollie goes around and basically he is the Bible like incarnate. Everything that happens in the Bible is Donkey Ollie's doing basically. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So the donkey is God.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, he's not God. He's basically
disturbing donkey design I've ever seen.
He is God's vessel, and he travels throughout the lands and helps people essentially. So he is one of God's servants, and he preaches in favor of Christianity. And people don't believe him, so they whip him, they persecute him. And I think at some point they put him in a horse race. Wasn't that a thing?
Yeah. So it was chariots. So he had to like drift his chariot around.
Oh yeah. And then at some point he's all beaten up and shit, and he's like in a manger, all fucked up. And then I think God appears before him and heals him. But it has like these PlayStation 2 graphics.
Mm-hmm. They even have a musical number when he's trapped in a well. He's like, I'm in a well.
Oh yeah.
And it came out in 2010. And it looks like a PS2 game.
It looks horrifying.
It's so good.
What's the story behind? Do you guys know the story of how it was made or anything? Like who made it?
Yeah, so Chad corrected me. It wasn't Jim Line. It was Farmer John from Boat Angel.
Farmer John. He even had cameos like Patchy the Pirate type cameos where he would appear randomly.
Self-insert.
His name's straight up Farmer John.
Yeah.
Is that a character in the Bible at all? Is it a Farmer John?
There's a John. I don't think he was a farmer.
There wasn't like a prestigious animator back in the Bible or anything like that.
On before their time, I guess.
Yeah, we had received
There's a picture of Donkey Ollie like cut up. It's the scariest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's in the chat at the moment.
So Kaya briefly mentioned it. We watched this back in like 2015. People were really into the show. In fact, my Discord picture is still fan art from Donkey Ollie. This is instead of JoJo's instead of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, this is what was his name? It's not Jehovah. What was it? Jehun? I think his name is. No. Hold on, let me look up.
Jacob? Who are you talking about?
No, in my Discord profile picture, the blonde-haired kid. I think his name was like Jehun.
Oh, I don't know.
Sounds like a K-pop star.
Oh,
Jehu. It was Jehu.
It says it in your picture.
Does it? I can't read that. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, Jehu's Bizarre Adventure. Yeah.
Jehu's Bizarre Adventure. Is that a character from the? I know there's a Jehu in the Bible, but he's like a minor character. Is he like the main guy in the Ollie?
He is. So he's like Ollie's sidekick and handler. So usually when Donkey Ollie's in peril, Jehu's not far behind.
And I think Jehu was the only one who could talk to him too.
Yeah, I vaguely
could be
recall
wrong
that.
about that.
Wait, so Donkey Ollie couldn't talk to everyone? Only Jehu?
I don't remember.
So is it one of those shows where Donkey Ollie is like parallel to famous Bible stories, and then you find out he causes them? Like, oh,
yes,
yeah, like
precisely.
The Great
Like
Flood
he goes
wasn't.
to Egypt.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he goes to Egypt and he frees the slaves, I think, there, and then he, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how it ended. I don't know if he gets crucified or not.
Jesus Christ. So wait.
Well, they have to commit.
I'm assuming that the animator of this is like super religious, obviously, because he knows the stories.
Yeah.
It's way too blasphemous.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Isn't this like sacrilegious?
No, I assume. Here's what I assume.
especially because it was called Boat Angel, the company. I assume this was a wealthy, like, Christian who wanted to make a children's cartoon, and he just hired a really
it is sacrilegious.
Well, I mean, you have to pander to children, Jackson. That's like saying VeggieTales is sacrilegious, like, because they weren't talking vegetables in the Bible, but you're trying to appeal to kids.
But you're rewriting the Bible.
Tales is based. Don't.
I think that's more akin
My
to
bad.
what's happening here. I think this guy saw the success of VeggieTales and went, "Well, I can make my own Bible cartoon and it'll be huge."
Yeah. What do kids love? Veggies and donkeys.
Yeah.
Donkeys,
Yes.
I assume it's an animal.
Veggies and donkey.
I mean, VeggieTales
Oh, have I told
fucking enormous, so I don't blame him.
Have I told you guys my girlfriend's Catholic grandma found out about me in the show?
Oh no.
She's a little distressed about it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so
Wait,
my
she had a
girlfriend's
problem. She had a problem with you dipping your testicles in hot wax for sexual pleasure? That doesn't sound like her.
All right, so what you do is you send her this podcast clip from me talking about the Bible up until Andrew said dipping testicles in hot wax.
It's an educational
She might hear this, who
podcast.
knows, because apparently she listens. So
We talk about religion.
the thing is, my girlfriend's family loves me, all of them, and I love them, and I feel blessed. But there's one holdout, which is the grandma, because apparently she's a little unhappy that I'm not Catholic and that I'm unreligious. So one day, and I asked my girlfriend for permission to share this, by the way, but she sent my girlfriend a text, said, "So I decided to watch YouTube and caught episode 278. But with that type of language used, ... it's hard for me to believe that my granddaughter could be exposed to this. You were raised with so much love and care. He's nice looking, has a pleasant voice, and probably very intelligent." So I like how she wraps it up in a compliment sandwich there. So apparently she has since kind of warmed up to me, but she still has a problem with what she calls my 4-letter words that I use too frequently on the show. But I can announce here officially that Grandma is now officially praying for my soul and apparently saying full rosaries for me.
Oh,
yeah. I mean,
That's
so
good.
if I combust, now you know why.
That's so cute.
The grandma actually just kills Kaya. They're like, well wishes.
She becomes a historian of kind. She's like, "I like how he bullies children and attacks pedophiles, but I just don't like how he says the F word."
She's gonna have to perform like an exorcism on you at some point.
My head twists like 360 degrees and I vomit bile.
I hope she asked me to help.
Oh, you can come to my exorcism. It's like a bar mitzvah.
I'll be over there throwing the holy water.
We'll all get our turn.
I'm just looking at Kaya like, you don't know me. What episode did you say she saw? 271?
278
apparently. I don't know which one that is.
It was with Doug. That's a bad episode to listen to.
That's rough. That's a rough one, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Poor grandma. Yeah, God bless her. That's so sweet.
Yeah, she sounds sweet.
It is sweet.
Mm-hmm.
At least she wasn't like, haven't we killed this boy yet? You know, it could be worse.
Yeah, it didn't sound like she put a hard stop to it.
Yeah.
By any means.
She's just a little disappointed in certain things that you choose to indulge
And
in.
to be fair, she's correct.
my
You
religious
gotta
choices.
stop swearing on this show. It's pretty off-putting.
Should I use minced oaths? I can just start saying heck and darn.
Yeah, that would be really charming.
Try
actually.
it, yeah.
We literally spent like 30 minutes telling Bible stories. Just send her this one. It's fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, don't.
That might not be a bad
Well,
idea.
no. Send her the complete
the
package.
Christian-
Send her the complete package. Send her this episode, and then send Wendigoon's previous episode where we talked about a cult leader who cut a guy's arm off and like fucked his wounds and shit.
Yeah.
We didn't we?
Give
She
both
needs all
ends of the
context.
spectrum.
I mean, she apparently knows how to operate YouTube, so she's good. She might listen to this.
You think she tuned in every week?
I don't know.
Grandma, I think you're a great person. I love you. Ignore everything Andrew says. Just mute him if you can.
Yeah, Andrew's trying to sabotage your daughter's relationship.
The Bible
I love
is
your
about
granddaughter.
Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm not crazy.
Oh, God.
Well, how does this work though? As someone who's not religious, wasn't ever raised religious, like, do Catholics hate Christians and vice versa?
Not anymore.
Oh, okay.
that it was pretty hard during the Reformation, but we're good now. What happened is, so the Catholic Church ran everything like post Christ, post Rome up until Martin Luther. So, like, if you were a Christian, quote unquote, you had to be a member. It was assumed you were a member of the church body. There's still, quote unquote, the remnant of like missionaries and what have you. But 90% of Christianity was in the Catholic Church until Martin Luther came forward and said that the church was wrong. And he gave 95 reasons why that he nailed to the front of the church door, which goes pretty hard. So Martin Luther separated himself from the Catholic Church in the Protestant Reformation. So Protestants and Catholics spent a couple centuries killing each other, but now we got over it. So
what do you consider the peak era of Christianity, like the Crusades or that Reformation or the old actual biblical times? What do you is like, Christianity?
Like what? Do you mean when they were the most powerful, or when do I like them the most?
When are you most entertained by it? When do you think it's like the coolest time for Christianity?
How could it not be when Jesus was around? Like, that's
a good answer.
Right? That's relative, right? Like, so Christianity didn't exist in the Old Testament, right? Christianity is the following of Christ, so it's from Christ forward.
Mm-hmm.
So to be one of the early Christians who knew Christ, of course, that would be, like the coolest time. But at the same time, they were all being executed and hunted down. So not a cool time to be them. The best time to be a Christian's like the modern age when, we're not dying over it, at least in most countries.
True.
Because for most, aside from the Catholic Church and like the Crusades when they were killing other people, for most times in history, being like an early Christian in an area was not a smart move for longevity. But yes, if I could, I guess, be like any Christian, it would be like the disciples who knew Jesus, because that's pretty incredible. But every one of the disciples was murdered in horrific fashion.
Yeah, but you got to meet Jesus.
Yeah, it was worth it.
Exactly. Yeah, it would be worth it. Unironically, that's what Paul talked about. But yeah, it got still pretty hard getting drawn and quartered and hung and stabbed.
Yeah, but then you could hang out with Jesus, and you could hang out with Jesus in like the VIP section up in heaven.
Yeah.
Probably.
Actually,
this is my OG over here. Come on.
Can you imagine the thrill? The raw intensity of you walk into heaven and Jesus goes, "Hey, Wendigoon, it's good to see you again. What's up, man?"
Holy shit, man.
And he means it. It's not just like, "Hey, you're my loving child and thank you, welcome to heaven." It's literally like, "Dude, Wendigoon, it's been so long.
My man.
Man."
Before Stephen was executed, he was one of the earliest martyrs of the church. As he was standing there in front of the people that were about to kill him, he looked up at the ceiling and said, "I see Christ with his arms outstretched, welcoming me home, and God on his right side, telling me it's time." And they murdered him immediately afterwards. But talk about a baller move. They're like, you don't know God, you don't know what Christ is, and then you're like, well, he's saying he's excited for me to come home, so you go ahead and do what you got to do.
He's up there cheering on my death. That's kind of sad.
Popcorn.
Yeah.
Get on with it.
Yeah, and everyone at the execution is just booing him relentlessly. Boo.
God's up there shouting, "Kill him, kill him."
Yeah, do it.
He's like the fuck.
Yeah.
Do it, pussy. Wait, did God guide their hands then? If God acts in all of us, did he perform the killings as well?
Ooh, that's a big topic, Jackson.
Yeah, it's not exactly accurate.
Yeah, God doesn't act through all of us. God's influence is in all of us, but we all have free will. We can all do whatever we want. Especially if someone rejects God. God doesn't really have a say in what they do. So, yeah, they killed him. I think their killing of him was pretty absent from God's guidance.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, hang on. He works in mysterious ways. Maybe he was up there going, "Yeah, do it. Kill him. Fuck yeah. This is going to be so awesome."
Yeah, I want to meet this guy sooner. He's going to
be like, "Here, Jacob, come here. Watch this. They're going to cut his fucking head off. It's going to be so rad."
I really hope Grandma tuned out by now.
There's one. So
it's very rare to get like insight on this level. So I've always been very confused on Jehovah's Witnesses. I don't know if that's necessarily something that you'd be super knowledgeable on, but what is that whole belief system? Because as I understood it growing up, it was some kind of like spin-off of Christianity or something. What exactly is like the Jehovah's Witness?
What did they witness?
So, what did they witness? I'm not Jehovah's Witness, so I can't, attest to know their accounts firsthand. From my understanding, they are what's considered a revelatory religion. So there are groups of people, there's religions who follow quote unquote Christian teachings. And then they're like, but wait, there's more. And then they decide years later that there was more that needed to be added to the teachings of Christ in the Bible and what have you. And again, I'm not Jehovah's Witness. I don't know all the specifics. I don't think that it is as out there as Mormonism, which no offense if any Mormons listening, but Mormons was a guy, Joseph Smith, just came forward years later and was like, I actually have a new Bible, the Book of Mormon, and just added a bunch to it. I don't know if Jehovah's Witnesses is quite like that. But they use Christ or Jehovah, quote unquote, as a starting point and then add a bunch of stuff to it.
Okay, so it is somewhat grounded in biblical teachings, but
yes, so
okay.
from the beginning.
Okay.
But then they add a bunch of doctrine and belief systems and ways to get into heaven that aren't in the Bible.
Gotcha. Okay.
You know what's interesting? I think I predict that there's going to be a bunch of people in the comments getting angry and correcting you. And I say that because the last time you were on, we ended up talking about drugs at some points, and crack and meth and heroin. And this revealed an interesting phenomenon that I had no idea about, but apparently our podcast has a lot of drug addicts listening to it. So we're in the comments section correcting Isaiah.
To everyone who's listening to that one, they obviously know more than I do about it. Mine all comes from reading and people I know. Yeah. So for what I was wrong about, I'm very sorry. They are clearly.
Oh, I'm not dissing them either. I don't think either of us are. It was very interesting to take a glance at the comments section, and 1 out of every 4 comments or so was, "That's not how heroin works. As someone who's been addicted to heroin my whole life, here's how it goes." It's like, wow,
here's how you make
it's pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie.
Now, yeah, so I do not have a history of drug use to be fervent on that topic. And again, I apologize for mistakes I said. However, I am 100% confident and will fight people on the biblical stuff. Not that I know a lot about Jehovah's Witness, but with the Bible stories, I will fight people. I mean, I'm a Sunday school teacher. I've been raised in, the doctrine all my life. I'm pretty confident in
I'm confident in you as well. You sound like you're super knowledgeable about it.
Yeah, even knowing the foreskin story, which I thought was obscure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not even the weirdest or most disturbing story from David's life. But
well, now you gotta tell us, man.
Yeah, you can't be a tease.
Yeah, come on. What's the weirdest one?
I feel bad coming on your own show and just making it a Bible episode.
No, this is fascinating. Okay,
our first episode of this podcast was literally called Biblical Questions.
Yeah, I was thinking that's what this episode is going to be called. It's going to be a callback.
Okay, how about we wrap it up with his most interesting story, or disturbing? Dealer's choice.
David's entire life. David was supposed to be God's guy, right, throughout his entire upbringing. And it's even said multiple times that David was a man after God's own heart, which is a crazy compliment. So everything that David went through, God was constantly there providing protection. And the worst stories of David normally come whenever he tried to either outsmart or try to do something apart from God, which he did several times. And one of them comes from whenever David. So this was after Saul tried to murder him, and this is while David was king. This was before David was king. Saul had tried to murder him. It was after that thing I talked about earlier when Saul said, Saul heard Saul has slain his thousands and David his 10,000s. David was in the palace playing his harp, and Saul just chucked a spear at him. Tried to kill him. David runs away. I can't remember. There's a point David comes back. Saul says he's sorry, and then Saul does it again.
It's like Tom and Jerry.
I was about to say, it's Tom and Jerry. See, they are a cartoon. They're just a cartoon.
Oh, God.
I think this was after the second time Saul did it. So David's in the countryside. One night, Saul's son Jonathan comes out to David. Him and David are close friends. And Jonathan says that the throne rightfully belongs to David and that he'll do whatever it takes to push his father off so that David can be safe. So David goes out into the countryside, and there's a bunch of soldiers because, you know, David's been their leader in battle for years. So a bunch of soldiers defect to David because they see him as the rightful ruler. So for a while, there's kind of this faction split in Jerusalem where there is the people who follow David and the people who are still loyal to Saul. So David's out in the countryside with his army of, I think it's like a few thousand men. And during this time, he goes to, I remember teaching this in Sunday school, and there's a verse that specifically implied he disobeyed God. It was something about God told him that he didn't need to get more men or weapons, but David felt understaffed and that he needed to. So I forget the specifics, but David goes to this nearby city in order to get weapons. And whenever he gets there, he tells the person up front, because, you know, this is the outer kingdom. They don't have all the news that's going on in Jerusalem.
Yeah, of course.
So whenever he walks up to the city walls, they see David and just think, oh, this is Saul's right-hand man. They don't know that currently David and Saul are at war with each other. So they're like, David, what are you here for? And he's like, oh, I'm just here to pick up some stuff for Saul. So David goes into the city and starts gathering equipment. And then while he's there, the guy who let him in was like, oh, we also have the sword of Goliath, that giant you slayed. Do you want that? And he was like, absolutely I do. So David, he has like the sword of Goliath and all this other equipment. And he travels back out in the countryside. And the depressing part comes whenever Saul finds out that this, I think it was a priest. This priest let David into the city. He executes the priest, his family, and like his 60 followers. So Saul just like wipes them all out because he thinks that they're in league with David. Saul goes crazy near the end and starts executing a lot of people that he thinks are in league with David. Anyway, around the same time, David is walking through the wilderness. He's by himself to get back to his men who's like in holdout in the countryside. And he comes across, I think it was the Ammonites or the Moabites. It was some group of people who Israel was always at war with. So they see him and they're like, hey, that's David, the great leader of the military. Let's kill him. And whenever David sees that they see him, he immediately drops all his stuff and starts drooling and pulling his hair out and punching himself in the stomach and making like monkey noises.
What? Oh, that's the classic, hey Arnold, don't hit me, I'll hit me. Yeah.
Hey Arnold.
He starts drooling and like making dumb noises. And whenever the men come out with swords, they're like, oh, this guy's not David. This is some crazy person. Just some random homeless man. So David's just laying there on the ground, like punching himself in the face and pulling his hair out. And they're like,
But didn't they see? Don't they see the sword of Goliath?
Yeah, and then one guy goes, "Wait, no, that actually is David, just being an idiot. Let's get him."
It was around the same time. It was my mistake for saying the stories back to back. This was after he had taken the equipment back to.
Okay, so he didn't have it currently.
This was around the same period of time where he was like in the wilderness.
That's smart.
Yeah, so David, the great king, laid on the ground and drooled on himself and ripped his hair out. They wouldn't be murdered.
I've always found that to be a good strat. Yeah, I've always found it to be a good strat. Like, get as crazy as possible. Like, I always feel like if you're in like a scary situation, like a fight's about to break out. On yourself. Yeah, you take your clothes off, you start like helicopter dicking, peeing, yelling, screaming.
Take a shit. No one's gonna want to fight someone who shit themselves. They smell too bad.
Yeah. No, bend over, spread your ass cheeks directly at the opponent and start shitting.
Yeah,
like,
and then scream, you want to fuck me? You fuck me? And like they'll be like, oh,
I have AIDS.
Yeah.
I don't think he said that, but I appreciate it.
Nah, I'm pretty sure he did.
That was in the New Testament.
Yeah, he started playing a beat and he said, don't hit me, I'll hit me. And he started banging on trash cans.
God, I still love that episode.
That is easily the best Hey Arnold episode.
That one goes so hard.
That and Stoop, Kids Afraid to Leave is Stoop. Remember that one?
That's another classic.
Another classic.
While talking about wild stories during that time, there was one point where so David and his men were hiding in this cave. At this point, Saul was like roaming the countryside with his army looking for David. So,
when does this man die? I want to hear that part 2, please. After
that
this.
Part's wild too.
Saul is a menace.
Yeah, I'll get to that in just a second. That's probably the wildest part of Saul's whole story. So David is in the countryside, and him and his men were hiding in a cave. During this time, Saul was going crazy. He started like kicking out his own generals and getting rid of his soldiers because he was convinced they were in league with David. Like, he was just paranoid. Because Saul's literally fighting against, God's will, and he's like taking himself to turmoil while he's doing it. So Saul goes and he's like, all right, men, we're going to sleep in this cave for the night. And it's the same cave David's staying in.
Oh, fuck.
So Saul and his men go in the cave and go to bed, and David and all of his men are in the upper walls of the cave, hiding, looking down on them. So all of them go to sleep, and in front of David and all of his soldiers is Saul and all of his soldiers. And David's right-hand man, he looks over at David and says, David, now's your chance. You're supposed to be king. We can kill him, kill all the soldiers, walk back to Jerusalem tomorrow, and we'll be the kingship.
There's no wonder in that.
And David says, I would not dare harm a hair on the Lord's anointed. Like, even after everything Saul's done, David's saying, I'm not going to hurt a man God made king.
But isn't he in war with him?
Yes. Yeah, effectively. The men have been fighting for years, but David said that I am not going to fight. I'm supposed to be the Lord's anointed. I'm to be the next king. I am not going to take the life of the Lord's previously anointed. So David hops down from the cave and he cuts off a piece of Saul's clothing, like a little sash of it. So they wait in the cave walls. The next day, Saul and his men get up to leave. And as they're leaving, David calls for Saul. And when Saul turns around, David is standing there holding a piece of his garment. It says, I could have murdered you last night, but I chose not to. I have never been against you. You have always, and he gives this whole speech where he's like, you have always been my king.
And then he's interrupted by another spear that flies by his head.
Yeah. and in response, just immediate reaction, he pulls down his pants and starts shitting and beating himself up.
Saul, look at me. He starts drooling and shitting again.
You wouldn't hit a man who did this, would you? Starts pissing on himself. You're right, the Bible is pretty cool.
That's how I should have told it. Saul turns around and David just throws up. Anyway, so Saul's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, David. Please forgive me." And then, like a month later, he tries to murder him.
David, I'm so sorry. Here, come here for a hug within spear throwing range.
Come stand approximately 3.5 feet away from me.
I love the visual of he just has a guy following him around with a bundle of spears. And they all just say "for David" on them at all times.
I know, this is like Wile E. Coyote. He just paints a tunnel on a wall for David to walk into.
Yeah, after he held up the sash, he went meep meep and ran away at 60 miles an hour. I'm saying this right now. The creator of Donkey Ollie, or anyone listening who wants to make a biblical show or cartoon or whatever, if you made the wacky adventures of Saul and David and it was nothing but a Wile E. Coyote style cartoon of Saul trying to kill David, I would watch it. I think that sounds excellent.
You want to hear how? You want to hear how he dies?
Yeah. How did he
die?
Yes,
how
please.
does Better Call Saul end?
So this was after several attempts of Saul trying to kill David, and every overt attempt that he tried wasn't working. So Saul decided to use a more deceptive technique. At the time in the kingdom, any kind of quote unquote black magic or sorcery was outlawed. It was actually outlawed by Saul. He put out a decree saying if there's any witches or any who use witchcraft, they'll be executed immediately. So Saul decides that he is going to use witchcraft. So he's a hypocrite as well, if you could imagine. So Saul, there was this guy. All right, so it would help if there was a little bit of context. Whenever Israel started, they had what was called prophets and judges, right? This is before the age of kings. So there were prophets who were people who spoke to God and they would prophesy in the name of God. And there's only a specific few chosen prophets. The big ones you hear of in the Bible are people like Isaiah, Samuel, people like that. At the same time, there were people known as judges. Judges were not leaders, but every now and then there would be a judge called forward by God, like Delilah, Samson, characters like that, who would go out to help them fight their wars, fight their battles. The reason they didn't have a king is because God said, I am your king, and you don't need to have a human reign over you. You can all be free as you want, and I'll be your king. And when you need a judge, I'll bring forth a judge. But the people said they don't want that. They go to the prophet at the time, who was a man named Samuel, and say, we don't want God to be our king, we want a human king. So after the people complain enough, God brings forth a king, and that king is Saul. So Samuel was the prophet who anointed Saul, who made Saul king. All right?
Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
After Saul starts to go wrong, Samuel was also the prophet who anointed David. Because the entire time Samuel has just been a follower of God. Samuel's just been the prophet. When God says, go anoint Saul, he anoints Saul. And as Saul continued to sin, Samuel was the one who called him out in front of the people, saying that he's become a wicked king. So then Samuel goes and he anoints David. And Samuel was essentially David's mentor during this time that David and Saul were back and forth at war for each other. So a few years before this current point happened, where Saul's just trying to murder David, Samuel died. He was very old. He passed away. So Saul says, I'm going to get a witch to conjure up the soul of Samuel.
What the fuck?
Cool. Yeah, which is, for several regards, a bad idea. For one, the last time Saul saw Samuel called him out in front of the people for being wicked. So he's like, I know, I'll get a witch to use black magic to talk to him. He'll know what to do.
I'm reviving my biggest hater.
For some reason, Saul thinks that Samuel's going to help him kill David. Which shows how delusional Saul.
Maybe Samuel was the best spear thrower in the village.
Yeah, he had the best aim.
Best
That's
aim.
true.
Yeah.
We don't know how good he was. He could have been
homing
the
spears.
best spear thrower out there. So anyway, he goes to see a witch in a place called Endor, which yes is the name of the forest planet from.
That's pretty fucking epic. Yeah.
Just like Star
George
Wars.
Lucas is a literary genius.
Yeah, straight up just took the name from the Bible where the witches live.
Holy shit.
I mean, he took the story too.
That's correct. He goes to see the Witch of Endor. And whenever Saul goes to see her, he's in a disguise because, Saul's the king, right? And Saul goes to her in a disguise by himself and says, I need you to conjure a spirit. And the witch says, I can't perform witchcraft. Don't you know King Saul has made it executable? Like as soon as someone's caught. And she doesn't know that she's saying it to King Saul. So Saul's like, I think we'll be fine. So Saul in disguise gets her to go back to her house, and she starts doing all this black magic, and she conjures up spirits. And it says as soon as she does, these spirits and this, the wording that used is insanely terrifying. It's like the ground split and the souls of the dead began to cry out and blah, blah, blah. And the witch immediately recognizes who Saul is. She says, you're the king. What have you wished against me? Who have you asked me to bring forth? So Samuel appears in front of Saul. So Saul got his wish. Samuel showed up.
A happy reunion.
And he says, hand me that spear.
So Samuel appears and he says, thy wicked fool. Like think about how dumb Saul's been at this point. He's like, I know God says this David guy is supposed to be king, but I want to kill him. And also I know God says witchcraft's wrong, but I'm going to use it to try to kill him. So whenever Samuel appears, he says, you've officially gone too far. there was always a protection on the Lord's anointed. God said that there would be, a hand of protection over whatever king he chose. But Samuel said, with this action, you have broke this protection. And tomorrow, yourself and your sons will lie dead on the battlefield.
Oh, what the fuck? Why did the sons have to suffer?
Well, because they stood by him. They were essentially his other commanders. And it was also part of Saul's sin, because if anything happens to the king, the sons would take over in his kingship.
Right. So the whole time they were like, "You go, Dad. You got it. You're the best. Fuck David. Boo."
Yeah, they were Team Saul for some reason.
Yeah.
Wrong family.
So Saul goes home that night, and the next day, I think it was the Philistines, he's in war against them, Saul is, and the Philistines win the battle by a landslide. They cut off all of his men, and they get Saul trapped in the middle of a field. Saul's chariot is turned over, and he's lying there in the battlefield waiting for the Philistines to come. So Saul looks at his... also, Saul's kids had been murdered at this point in the battle already.
Nice.
They had lost. And Saul looks at his sword bearer, or his armor bearer, because, there'd be like these younger men who would like put the chainmail on the king and, ride along his chariot. So he looks at his armor bearer and says, "I need you to kill me." And he hands him a sword. And the kid says, "I would not dare murder the king. You can't ask me to do this." So Saul takes his sword, puts it on the ground, facing up, and falls onto it in the middle of the battlefield.
And he goes, "Oh, fuck, why did I do that? This hurts."
Yeah, he regrets
the
suicide.
Yeah. We're full circle
he wakes
now.
up in the ER.
He wakes up in the year 2022 and he goes, "My God, Davy's still alive. He must be stopped."
It turns out, to throw the spear correctly, he just had to fall on it. But he was missing all along.
He had to run David over to the spear instead of throwing it.
He had to pick up David and run. So
I was fully expecting that a sword bearer to be David, by the way, in disguise or something. Like David was there all along.
No, David, so at this time, David was, I think he was back in Jerusalem, or he was
Just
around
chilling.
the area. So Saul, whenever the Philistines got there, it says that they made a mockery of Saul and his sons' bodies. They cut them up, put them on spits, paraded around them, sacrificed parts of them to false gods, destroyed their corpses essentially. And whenever David got word that Saul had been killed in battle, he mourned and cried for several days at the fall of the Lord's king.
Who will throw spears at me now?
Is this,
he was
by the
actually
way,
just
where...
crying because he doesn't have to worry about spears anymore.
Is this where the saying of falling on your own sword comes from?
Yes. Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah,
Every
this
day
is
I
the
learn more English.
first recorded mention of "quote unquote" fall on one's sword. It was a thing, obviously, that other kings did. I think there's a mention in one of the King Arthur stories of someone falling on their own sword, but the original mention is King Saul in the middle of battle. So yeah, he died because he got a witch to bring back the spirit of a prophet.
Yeah, that was a bad idea.
Yeah,
that was a bad idea.
He should have picked someone else. He should have been like, "I summoned Genghis Khan to help me in battle."
Oh, he takes people from the future.
Yeah. I want. Can you bring back Goliath, but on my side?
Yeah, exactly. Bring back the serpent that tempted Eve in the garden and have him go to the enemy army and do some shit.
Yeah,
there's a
that
million
would've been
better people
if
to bring
he called
back.
the devil.
Yeah,
to
bring back
come
the
fight
devil.
for him.
If Saul's going that hard, if he's like, "All right, I don't care about God. It's witchcraft time. Fuck David, he's the worst." He may as well have been like, "Yo, Satan, give me immortal demon powers and let's go."
Yeah, pretty much anyone but Samuel would have been a fucking wise choice.
Why summon the man who's gonna show up and go, "Saul, you fucking idiot"?
Well, that shows how delusional Saul was, right? He was convinced that he was so in the right that he's like, Samuel will understand. He'll hear me
I think
out.
that point's been
That's how
hammered
far
home
gone it
throughout his
was.
entire history, though.
Yeah.
He's pretty clearly delusional.
And what's also wild about this story is you hear all that and you're like, wow, I bet David really trusted in God and was always on his side. No, not long after being king, David kills a man to sleep with his wife.
Oh, huge! That's some alpha shit.
Yeah.
You would think that after David showed up in the same cave with his sash and was like, "Dude, it's done. You're beaten," Saul would have been like, "All right, okay, fine." Yeah, all right.
He was for like a day.
Yeah. Like
So did Samuel-
he
a
lost,
few hours.
you know?
Did Samuel kind of like, did he just disappear, or did he like exist as like a Force ghost from then on? Did they send him back?
I think so. There's a lot of points in the Old Testament. Well, actually, not just the Old Testament, New Testament as well, where whenever one of the prophets, or like a big example is Jesus, the night before he was captured and crucified, he was in the Garden of Gethsemane, and it said the spirits of Elijah and Moses came and talked with him and communed with him. So there's a lot of stories of like people who have died coming to talk to people on Earth, and they're almost all peaceful. They're almost all like, this is a person who lived a righteous life who's coming back to give encouragement to those who need it, like Jesus. But when Saul did it, it was the opposite of that.
It was a vengeful spirit. He brought back the
It was a
first
vengeful
poltergeist.
spirit. Yeah, it was fire. It was anger. So it can be imagined after that, Samuel just reassumed his place in heaven.
Yeah.
But he came down for a couple minutes to lay it on Saul and tell him that he's going to die and it's his fault.
Well, yeah, that's kind of even more fucked up if he was dragged out of heaven just to talk to Saul one last time. I'm pretty pissed too.
Listening to harps, looking at naked, beautiful angels, and then all of a sudden you're staring at this fucking maniac again.
You don't think you don't think God would have wanted to like stop that? Like he saw Samuel fading away and he was like, "No, don't go."
If I had to guess, considering Samuel was a prophet and talked to God with directly his whole life, I can imagine God and Samuel in heaven, and they see what Saul's doing, like going to a witch, and he looks at Samuel. He's like, "I need you to tell him one more thing."
So it was a case of they're just like sitting on beanbag chairs playing Smash Brothers, and Samuel's like, "Hang on, I got to take care of something real quick. I'll be right back."
Oh, hold on, I gotta take this call.
He comes back. What I miss?
Don't worry, Saul will be here in like 2 minutes.
He just sits back down. Saul says
so
hi.
Cringe.
Saul says hi. Saul says hi.
All right.
Heaven sounds like fun.
So yeah, that was Saul. He was a goofus. He goofed up a lot.
Yeah, he seems like a real goober.
But he really redeemed himself in that TV show that came out recently.
Yeah, he was really good in that show.
He was a good lawyer.
Yeah, really came out even in the end if you think about it.
Yeah.
Loves feet though. All right.